was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all other sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with a few housekeeping rules. Please take a moment to note these. Please ensure all your cell phones are on silent mode, and please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. You're also requested to share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags co-creating tomorrow and SOT 2025.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر. إن شانئك هو الأبتر. صدق الله العظيم.
My name is Aisha Bibi. I am a proud alumna of Beacon House, Liberty Campus, Lahore, and it is an honor to welcome you all to the BOSS Distinguished Alumni Awards, a morning dedicated to celebrating the remarkable achievements and contributions of our Beacon House community. Today, we come together to recognize excellence, leadership, and the enduring Beacon House spirit that continues to shine through our alumni across the world. To officially begin this special ceremony, I would now like to invite Mr. Ali Ahmed Khan, COO of Beacon House, and Ms. Mariam Chaudhry, Head of Alumni Relations, BOSS, to please join us on stage and lead us into the next segment of our program.
Whoa, there's quite a few mics here. Respected Chief Executive, Mr. Qasim Kusuri, Executive Director, Mr. Nasir Kusuri, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished alumni. Assalamu alaikum and welcome. Your presence today does more than fill a room. It reinforces a shared belief in community and the lifelong value of a Beacon House experience. We are gathered not just to celebrate achievements, but to honor the connection, the journeys, and the collective spirit that bind us together. This past year, BOSS, Beacon House Old Student Society, has grown into a dynamic ecosystem of learning, engagement, and meaningful reconnection. Each initiative reflects our commitment to keeping Beacon House spirit alive long after the graduation. By creating opportunities for alumni to inspire, support, and uplift one another, together these efforts continue to build a vibrant and enduring alumni community. There's a few things which we have been doing over the past year are BOSS mentorship sessions, alumni-led sessions offering real-world career insights and guidance to graduating students, BOSS alumni socials, an informal and warm gathering designed to bring our alumni together in a relaxed setting. BOSS alumni benefits include MOUs and discount partnerships with Beacon House owned or operated businesses for our alumni, and internship opportunities for Beacon House students at organizations which are either operated or owned by Beacon House alumni. BOSS panel discussions, thought-provoking conversations featuring alumni experts discussing emerging trends and key challenges. BOSS on Air, this is my favorite, a heartfelt podcast series where alumni revisit and cherish memories and share their Beacon House stories. And BOSS Alumni Connect, professional gatherings for networking, exchange experience, and forming connections. Over to you, Mariam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, honorable ministers, respected CE, esteemed presenters, distinguished alumni, school heads, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the BOSS family, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for especially waking up early in the morning on a Sunday to honor us with your presence, and a special thank you to you, Khan Saab, for always being our pillar of strength. We now come to one of the most meaningful parts of our gathering, the Distinguished Alumni Awards 2025. These awards are not just a recognition of achievement, they honor purpose, resilience, leadership, and the positive impact our alumni continue to have in the world. This year, we celebrate excellence across 10 categories: public sector, social development sector, science and technology, research and academia, entrepreneurship, professional leadership, business excellence, digital media, visual and performing arts, and sports and games. Alhamdulillah, this year over 2,000 nominations were received, each one carrying a story of dedication, impact, and the enduring spirit of Beacon House. Going through these submissions was a moving reminder of how far our alumni have come and how deeply they continue to serve and inspire others. Their accomplishments made it incredibly difficult for our esteemed committee to shortlist just 3 finalists per category. The final selections were then reviewed and warmly accepted by our CE, Mr. Qasim Kasuri. Ms. Isha, can we please have the committee members' presentation?
Refit Nasir, former Group Head Principal, Beacon House South. Farida Shahid, former Principal, Beacon House Center. Fauzia Rizwan, former Senior Manager, Professional Development and School Improvement, Beacon House North. Ali Ahmad Khan, Chief Operating Officer, Beacon House. Muhammad Kashif, Director Human Resource, Beacon House. Mariam Chaudhry, Head Alumni Relations, Beacon House.
I would like to take this opportunity to request a huge round of applause for my boss team and the SOT and hall management team, without whom this event would not be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the award ceremony and good luck to all our finalists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam and Ali. Can we please have the nominations for the public sector category?
The nominations for public sector are Hamza Basharat, Boys Branch, Satellite Town, Rawalpindi, Class of 2012. Hamza is a civil servant in the Pakistan Customs Service, currently serving as Assistant Collector, Lahore Customs, where he oversees major airports, air freight units, and international mail offices across Punjab. A top position holder from AJK in CSS 2022, and the first civil servant from his tribe in the conflict-affected region of Poonch. His journey reflects exceptional resilience. His work has been featured in over 15 countries, inspiring parliamentary recognition of unsung partition-era heroes, and he continues to mentor youth while producing a documentary on Pakistan's civil services. Binish Fatima, BCP Margla Campus, Islamabad, Class of 2010. Superintendent Binish Fatima is a Chief Traffic Officer, Punjab Police, and the first woman to lead Punjab Police's Organized Crime Unit. A trailblazer in law enforcement, she has championed gender inclusivity through initiatives such as childcare facilities for female officers and the establishment of police reporting centers for transgender and minority communities. Recognized internationally with the 2024 IACP 40 Under 40 Award, Binish continues to drive technology-driven policing, public safety reforms, and inclusive community engagement across Punjab. Daheem Hayat, Gojrat Campus, Class of 2012. Daheem Hayat is a governance specialist currently serving as Program Officer, GSP Plus Specialist, at the Ministry of Commerce, where he supports work on the EU GSP Plus review and trade compliance processes. He has contributed to public policy and research through roles at the Ministry of Finance, National Tariff Commission, the World Bank, SDPI, and IPPAC.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Mia Mujtaba Shujaur Rahman, Provincial Minister of Finance for Punjab.
And the award goes to Hamza Basharat.
Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to receive this distinguished alumni award from Beacon House. I express my sincere gratitude towards the boss leadership and team, especially Mariam, for building this strong, forward-looking alumni network which reflects our institution's legacy. Beacon House has indeed played a decisive role in my personality building, and I would like to thank the institution for that. And as I accept this award, I'd like to dedicate it to my son, whose presence in my life inspires me to strive for a greater purpose and for integrity and honesty in my life every day. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Minister Saab, and congratulations to Hamza Basharat. Can we please now have the nominations for the social development sector category?
The nominations for Social Development Sector are Alishba Khan Barek, Juniper Campus, Kuwaita, Class of 2022. Alishba champions polio eradication and mental health awareness as a UNICEF Youth Ambassador, promotes youth engagement in sports with the Quetta Gladiators, and serves as a youth advisor to the Prime Minister through the National Youth Council. Her extraordinary impact has been honored with the 2025 Women Changing the World Award, PSL's Hummeray Heroes Award, and recognition as a trailblazer author by UNICEF's Girl of the Day campaign. Zoon Hassan, Margla Campus, Islamabad, Class of 1998. Zoon Hassan is a humanitarian and social entrepreneur dedicated to empowering communities across Pakistan. As the founder of Tali and Effort, she has pioneered food redistribution and led national fundraising campaigns for disaster relief, including support for SWAT IDPs. Over the past 2 decades, Zoon has expanded Tali's impact to education, healthcare, and micro-enterprise development, establishing herself as a transformative leader in the humanitarian and social development sector. Anis Khawaja, Bosan Road Campus, Multan, Class of 1997. Anis Khawaja is a dynamic industrialist, leading sustainable growth as CEO of MG Apparel, home to Pakistan's highest-rated LEED Platinum apparel facility. He oversees Mahmood Group's diverse ventures, while championing renewable energy, inclusive workplaces, and community development. His education mission includes founding the Mer Fatima Schools, now serving 5,000-plus children, mostly girls, with holistic learning, top district results in Kabirwala, and a 100% matric pass rate in Muzaffargarh. He is integrating AI and tech to inspire entrepreneurship. Anis also mentors startups, advances women's inclusion and environmental sustainability, and drives sports development as chairman of the South Punjab Cricket Association.
To receive the award, can we please call Mr. Majid Qureshi, Regional Director, Beacon House, on stage?
And the award goes to Anis Khwaja.
I am honored and privileged to be nominated and selected for this award. I would like to thank all the BSS team and administration, and especially the boss team with Mariam, who have reignited what it feels to be a Beacon House System alumni. I am grateful for being recognized, and I look forward to doing my part as alumni of this wonderful organization. Thank you very much.
Can we please have the nominations for the Science and Technology category?
The nominations for Science and Technology are Hira Mehtab, BCP PECHS Campus, Karachi, Class of 2016. Hira is Primary Care Health Data Scientist at the University of Oxford, specializing in cardiovascular research and healthcare data. With a strong foundation in biomedical and artificial intelligence engineering, she has contributed to groundbreaking clinical and biomedical studies at Aga Khan University and Bakai Institute of Diabetology and Endocrinology, and pioneered simulation projects for tumor identification at ICCBS Technology Incubation Center. Tazeen Bukhari, Defense Campus, Lahore, Class of 2008. Tazeen is a globally recognized biomedical engineer, quality assurance specialist at UNDP, and board member of the IFMBE Clinical Engineering Division, actively collaborating with WHO and DRAP. With over a decade of impact, she has led national initiatives in medical device regulation, biomedical systems planning, and oxygen infrastructure strategy. As the founder of the Pakistan Biomedical Equipment Resource Center, Tazeen has transformed healthcare technology management in Pakistan, while earning international recognition for innovations in prosthetics and rehabilitation robotics. Shahriyar Khan, Garden Town Campus, Lahore, Class of 1990. Shahriyar is Senior Director and Head of Mobile Packet Core and Mobile Data at Talia, leading network engineering and operations, including messaging and roaming services across 6 countries. With over 25 years of global experience in the UK, Ireland, Saudi Arabia, USA, and Sweden, he has driven complex network transformations, cloud-native 5GSA deployments, and zero-touch operations.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Fahad Tanveer, CEO, EdCasa.
The award goes to Tazeen Bukhari.
Assalamu alaikum. Standing here as a Beacon House alumni feels like life coming to a full circle. I've spent 16 years in BDC and now as a parent in TNS. Beacon House has helped me realize my dream. From every teacher who has encouraged me, every class that has challenged me, and every friend that became family. You've shaped the foundation on which I have built my journey to Imperial College London, ETH Zurich, and as a policymaker for medical devices nationally and internationally as a biomedical engineer. This award is not just mine. It belongs to everyone who believed in me before I believed in myself. My friends and my family, my teachers, thank you Beacon House for giving me the courage to dream.
Thank you. Can we please have the nominations for the Research and Academia category?
The nominations for Research and Academia are Yasir Zada Khan, Garden Town Campus, Lahore, Class of 2010. Yasir is a research economist and PhD scholar specializing in applied economics, econometrics, and policy analysis. Currently serving as a research associate at the Ministry of Planning, Development, and Special Initiatives, he contributes to evidence-based policymaking and national development projects. Yasir has also led high-impact research at PIDE and taught economics at leading universities in Pakistan. In 2025, he was selected as a young scientist to represent Pakistan at the Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting in economic sciences. Mariam Naved Fiore, Defense Campus, Karachi, Class of 1999. Mariam is a writer, researcher, and global mobility expert with a background in economics and political science. Her expat experiences have been featured on the Oprah Winfrey Network, OWN, for Super Soul Sunday, She is co-author of Export Success, Industrial Linkages in South Asia, and Insights and Interviews from the 2017 FIGT Conference, and her debut nonfiction, This Messy Mobile Life, guides globally mobile families. A recognized speaker, she has presented at the UN World Food Programme, FIGT conferences, and international organizations, advocating for expatriate families, global mobility, and international education. Her recent debut novel, The Guilty Can't Say Goodbye, marks her entry into fiction writing. Dr. Uzair serves as the head of the Mechanical Engineering Department at NUST, where he has led the integration of Industry 4.0 technologies into Pakistan's engineering curriculum. He has supervised cross-border PhD and master's research and continues to advance innovation in manufacturing systems. With publications in high-impact international journals and collaborations with UNIDO and GIZ, he brings extensive industry experience spanning R&D and systems optimization.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Mia Shiraz Javed, barrister, arbitrator, mediator, adjudicator, neutral evaluator, and dispute board member.
And the award goes to Ms. Mariam Naved.
Ladies and gentlemen, since Ms. Mariam isn't here, I would like to invite her mother, Ms. Nigat, on stage to receive the award.
Thank you, Beacon House and Beacon House Old Student Society. I'm deeply honored to receive this Distinguished Alumni Award. I'm sad that I cannot be there with you today as I sit here in Lisbon, Portugal, because Beacon House hasn't just been a school for me, it has been a second home for me over the years. My fellow Beacon House alumni, it is such a joy to be part of this community with you. My Beacon House friends and teachers are always supporting me across continents and are the first to show up if I am doing an international book launch, whether in New York or Karachi. So I hope we can continue to celebrate each other's successes and lift each other always.
Thank you. Can you please have the nominations for the entrepreneurship category?
The nominations for entrepreneurship are Laiba Tarek, Main Campus, Eptabad, Class of 2016. Laiba is the founder of Armora, where she is developing one of Pakistan's first structured self-defense and empowerment models, combining training, legal awareness, and mindset coaching to support vulnerable communities. She also founded Daira, a growing network of 300-plus founders and innovators, driving collaborative learning and entrepreneurial growth nationwide. Zohaib Essen, Main Campus Canal, Faisalabad, Class of 2007. Zohaib is a dynamic entrepreneur whose ventures reflect innovation, strategic foresight, and a commitment to sustainable growth. As CEO of Sinvest Vet Care Private Limited, he is leading one of Pakistan's rising veterinary pharmaceutical companies, driving product innovation, quality assurance, and tech-enabled transparency in animal health. Dr. Nayab Zara, Juniper Campus, Kowaita, Class of 2007. Dr. Nayab is a visionary entrepreneur, empowering communities through sustainable and creative ventures. She is the founder of Handmade Joy, a business offering handmade organic soaps and scented candles, and has trained countless individuals to launch home-based businesses through her craft workshops. Through her role with Let's Grow Together Private Limited in the Women Entrepreneurs Initiative, she actively promotes and supports women-led enterprises across Pakistan, creating platforms for local crafters to thrive.
To present this award, please welcome Ms. Saima Arshid, Managing Director E9 and founder She Matters.
And the award goes to Dr. Nayab Zehra.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Naya from Handmade Joy. I'm truly grateful and humbled on receiving this award by Beacon House School System as an alumni. Beacon House School System has created a strong foundation for me for my career growth. Also, I would like to thank Mariam and her team at BOSS who are doing an amazing job on creating safe spaces for alumni to interact. Thank you.
Thank you. We would now like to have the nominations from the professional leadership category.
The nominations for professional leadership are Syed Bilal Mahmood, Margla Campus, Islamabad, class of 1996. Bilal is an accomplished business leader and managing director at Contour Software, a global center of excellence and subsidiary of Constellation Software, Inc. With nearly 2 decades of experience in software management, operations, and acquisitions, he has played a pivotal role in establishing and expanding CSI's presence in Pakistan. Under his leadership, Contour has grown from a team of 13 to over 2,200 professionals, becoming one of Pakistan's top tech exporters. Palvasha Faizan, BCP Margla Campus, Islamabad, class of 2012. Palwasha is a dynamic fintech leader, currently serving as head of business strategy, mass and connect at HBL, where she drives digital product development, transformation, and customer-centric innovation. With over 6 years of impact across Pakistan's digital financial sector, she has played a pivotal role in expanding mobile wallet platforms such as HBL Connect and JazzCash, advancing accessible and secure financial solutions for underbanked communities. Zain Ali, Defense Campus, Karachi, class of 1999. Zain is a seasoned AI technology executive and enterprise systems strategist with over 2 decades of experience leading large-scale AI and data-driven platform deployments. He is recognized for transforming customer engagement technologies through his leadership in Affinity's global rollout of AI-powered behavioral pairing systems for Fortune 500 giants including Verizon, AT&T, DirecTV, and United Healthcare. With deep expertise in AI pipeline automation, scalable infrastructure, and enterprise integrations across platforms such as Genesys, Avaya, and Cisco, Zain stands out as a distinguished leader in professional services and enterprise technology innovation.
To present this award, please welcome Ms. Munize Khalid Chaudhary, celebrity chef and founder of Munize Khalid Culinary School.
And the award goes to Zain Ali.
Assalamu alaikum and hello. I am extremely honored and a bit surprised to have been selected for this award. I've always considered myself an ordinary student of Beacon House, especially compared to the extraordinary accomplishments of my fellow alumni. Therefore, this award holds a deep meaning for me. Beacon House has not only provided the foundation, the discipline, but also the values that has shaped my professional journey. I'd like to thank my teachers, mentors, colleagues, and of course my family for their support throughout.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the category of business excellence. We would like to now have the nominations.
The nominations for business excellence are Alina Mohsin Moghul, Girls Campus, Canal Side, Lahore, class of 2009. Alina founded Saz in 2019, a Lahore-based fashion label redefining artisanal footwear in Pakistan. Her hand-woven leather harachis inspired by Mexican craftsmanship and reimagined for Pakistani culture, have earned national acclaim. Saz's feature on Shark Tank Pakistan, where she secured investment from 3 sharks, further highlights the brand's innovation and potential. Jawad Mirza, Gardentown Campus, Lahore, Class of 1992. Jawad is the managing director of Call Courier Private Limited, where he has built one of the country's leading courier services, recognized for its efficiency, nationwide reach, and customer-centric approach. He also serves as CEO and shareholder of Postex, and as director at Excel Printing and Packaging and EPAC Private Limited. Omar Kamar, Main Campus Canal, Faisalabad, Class of 2007. Umar is a visionary sales director and serial entrepreneur, reshaping Pakistan's apparel and fashion industry. Umar co-founded ELO, turning surplus factory inventory into a leading e-commerce platform, and launched Polo Republica, an ethical, made-in-Pakistan fashion label.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Salman Nasir, CEO, Pakistan Super League.
And the award goes to Alina Mohsin Mughal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Alina. Can we please invite Majid Ali Qureshi to receive the award on behalf of Alina?
Thank you, Beacon House, for this honor. To receive the Boss Alumni Award truly feels like coming full circle. My family, my teachers, my team, the craftsmen who bring my vision to life every single day. This recognition is as much yours as it's mine. I'm still learning, still growing, and still trying to do justice to the trust that people place in me, in my product. Thank you for seeing me, Beacon House, for this recognition and for reminding me why I began. Truly humbled and very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please have the nominations for the digital media category?
The nominations for digital media are Shahryar Jamal Pasha, Defense Campus, Lahore, Class of 2009. Shahryar is a UK-certified, award-winning creative professional and creative director. Over the past decade, he has led high-impact campaigns for global agencies including Saatchi & Saatchi, Leo Burnett, and Mullen Lowe Group. Shahryar has driven multi-market campaigns across tech, FMCG, and healthcare, earning accolades such as the Silver Effie Award, while mentoring creative teams and delivering culture-shaping brand narratives that resonate across regions. Tanya Imran, Liberty Campus, Lahore, Class of 2006. Tanya is founder of Ask the Village, a dynamic Facebook community dedicated to empowering women across Pakistan. Through her leadership, the platform has become a thriving support network, connecting home-based entrepreneurs with buyers, facilitating fundraising for education and medical needs, and providing essential aid to over 200 families during economic hardships. Saman Hayat Sumro, PECHS, Campus, Karachi, Class of 2011. Saman is a digital content creator, host, and influencer based in the UAE, known for her inspiring storytelling and personal transformation narratives. A TEDx speaker and Filmfare Award UAE recipient, Saman merges authenticity with creativity to engage audiences on self-growth, faith, and modern womanhood. Her collaborations with lifestyle, wellness, and modest fashion brands, alongside a strong social media presence, have made her a leading voice in digital media, fostering empowerment, resilience, and cultural inclusivity across Pakistan, the UAE, and beyond.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Ataullah Tarab, Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan.
And the award goes to Saman Hayat Sumro.
Can we please invite someone's sister, Miss Anam Hayat, to receive the award on her behalf?
Hello everyone, thank you so much for this recognition and award. It truly means the world to me and I'm so sad to be missing this event. I would like to dedicate this award to my parents who always made sure that we get the best of everything in life, including the school they chose for us, Beacon House School System, which proved to be the best in every way. And to my teachers and my heads who always encouraged me to participate in hosting events, debating, and drama events and whatnot. And I think that has what has given me the confidence to do this at a much higher and international level today. And I will always be truly grateful for that. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the category of visual and performing arts. The nominations will be on your screen.
The nominations for visual and performing arts are Samin Ansari, Margla Campus, Islamabad, Class of 1994. Samin is a versatile Pakistani actor, host, and voice artist, celebrated for her compelling performances across television, film, theater, and radio. Since her debut in 2014, she has brought depth and nuance to complex characters in acclaimed dramas like Kani, Der Si Jati Hai Silla, and Sammy, as well as films including The Java Plum Tree and Deemak. Winner of multiple Hum Awards and a respected presence in theater and radio, Samin continues to inspire as one of Pakistan's most talented and multifaceted performers. Anushe Babar Gill, BCP Johar, Town Campus, Lahore, Class of 2016. Shay Gill is a celebrated Pakistani singer and performer who gained international acclaim with her debut song, Pasuri, in Coke Studio Season 14. Known for her distinctive tone and expressive vocals, she blends pop, folk, and contemporary influences, representing Pakistan's modern music scene on global platforms. Shay has topped international charts, performed at major music festivals, and continues to inspire audiences as one of South Asia's leading female voices. Abdul Hanan, Valencia Town Campus, Lahore, Class of 2013. Abdul Hanan is a talented Pakistani singer-songwriter whose soulful lyrics and genre-blending sound have established him as a compelling voice in contemporary music. Since 2010, he has released 4 studio albums and several chart-topping singles, collaborating with celebrated artists and earning recognition such as a Pakistan Music Awards nomination for Best Male Artist. Known for his emotional storytelling and musical versatility, Abdul continues to captivate audiences and shape Pakistan's modern music landscape.
To present this award, please welcome Mr. Ataullah Tarab, Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan.
And the award goes to Saman Ansari.
We would like to invite Miss Salmeen, Saman's sister, to please receive the award on her behalf.
And I would just like to add that the film Deemak just won Pakistan's first ever Eurasian Film Academy Award in Moscow a few days back. So a double round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Saman Ansari, and I am truly grateful, extremely humbled, and rather speechless for the first time in my life. Thank you to my parents who gave an unfathomable amount of talent genes to my sister and I, to all my teachers and my principal, Mrs. Rabia Rafiuz Zaman, who made sure that this then Eliza Doolittle became a successful lady. चाहे इसका मतलब ये हो कि सुबह की असेंबली में सर के ऊपर किताबों का थड्डा रख के चलना, ये अपनी गुफ्तगू में इस तरह से शाइस्तगी और शुस्तगी को शामिल करना, that every word you say, every form of communication becomes a memorable one. I accept this honor with the commitment that I will continue being a source of admiration, inspiration, and pride for all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience because we are now moving towards the last category, which is the sports and games category with the nominations on the screen.
The nominations for sports and games are Rehan ul Haq Sardar, Palm Tree Campus, Gojrawala Class of 2007. Rehan ul Haq is a leading sports management professional and broadcaster, currently serving as General Manager of Islamabad United, Toronto Nationals, and HKIU. With expertise in team operations, talent scouting, and player development, Rehan has shaped Pakistan's presence in professional cricket and football while bridging media and management. A former team manager at the Pakistan Cricket Board and contributor to ESPN FC, Wisden, and major sports networks, he combines strategic insight with a lifelong passion for sports, making him a distinguished figure in Pakistan's sports and games landscape. Sayeeda Nain Fatma Abidi, PECHS, Campus, Karachi, Class of 1997. Nain Fatima is the former vice captain of the Pakistan women's national cricket team. Renowned for her technical skill, leadership, and discipline, she played a pivotal role in advancing women's cricket in Pakistan. Nain represented Pakistan in 87 ODIs and 68 T20Is, becoming the first Pakistani woman to score a century in WODIs with 101 against Ireland in 2012. Today, she continues to champion women's cricket as an ambassador, advocating for equal opportunities and the development of the sport nationally and internationally. Shahzaib Ahmed Khan, Jubilee Campus, Karachi, Class of 2011. Shahzaib is manager of the Pakistan national football team and founder of Karachi City FC, Pakistan's leading football academy and women's club. A passionate advocate for football development, Shahzaib drives youth empowerment, talent nurturing, and gender inclusivity in the sport. Through his leadership in national team management and grassroots programs, he continues to shape Pakistan's football landscape and inspire the next generation of athletes.
To present this award, we would like to invite Mr. Salman Naseed on the stage.
So the award goes to a real boss, a very dynamic, very brilliant Rehan ul Haq.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to an end to the BOSS Distinguished Alumni Awards 2025. As an alumna of Beacon House Liberty Campus, I am really proud over here to be hosting, and I would like to appreciate Mariam and the whole team of BOSS to be able to give us this platform to actually get the recognition and also give back to the society. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI and the Future. The SOT Events series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is Rima, and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags #CoCreatingTomorrow and #SOT2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please use cards provided by the ushers or the SOTI app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a big conversation, which promises to be insightful and engaging. This session, AI and the Post-Truth Society, is a collaboration with brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, followed by a Q&A session. The moderator for this session is Miss Umber Rahim Shamsi. Miss Umber Rahim Shamsi is the Director of the Center for Excellence in Journalism at the Institute of Business Administration, IBA. She is an award-winning multimedia journalist, political commentator, and free speech advocate with extensive experience across television, radio, digital platforms, and print. She is an International Visitor Leadership Program, IVLP Fellow, and an ICFJ Digital Fellow, and has participated multiple times in the Jinnah Institute.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम. अब दीपक का तारुफ वो फराज कह के गए ना कि आप अपना तारुफ हवा बाहर की है. अब मैं आपको क्या बताऊं, लेकिन माशाल्लाह जी पाकिस्तान में जब हम फ़ैशन की बात करते हैं और फैशन को मैं कहूँगा कि डेमोक्रेटाइज़ करने की बात करते हैं, स्पेशली शोबिज़ और फैशन का जो नेक्सस है, उसमें दीपक हैज़ प्लेड अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट ही हैज़ बीन पाकिस्तान्स कल्चरल एम्बेसडर टू सो मैनी countries. He has represented Pakistan, and the best thing about Deepak's fashion sense is the fusion that he brings to the South Asian and the contemporary and the global thing. So once again, Deepak, thank you so much for taking our time.
Thank you guys. Thank you. बहुत शुक्रिया.
Deepak, we were talking about अभी तमकीनत से हम बात कर रहे थे और मैंने इनको पूछा ये था कि what if somebody comes up and says that your AI avatar is going to produce the content. तमकीनत ही नज़र आएंगी but वो actually AI होगा और उसमें पैसों पे बात चली थी कितने पैसे बनेंगे और क्या सारी कहानियाँ. लेकिन खैर एनीवे सीरियस तमकीनत ने बात की इस पे. We getting deeper into this conversation of where AI is entering into, some would say infiltrating into the creative arts. हाजरा से एक सवाल और ज़रा पूछते हैं. हाजरा ऐसे ही मिलता जुलता सवाल.
हाँ.
मुझे याद है 2002 में एल पचिनो की एक फिल्म आई थी सिमोन.
अच्छा.
याद है 2002 में उसने एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट प्रेजेंट किया था कि he was fed up of an actress.
Yeah.
He was a film director, he was fed up of an actress, and he said, I'm finding you a film भी produce करनी थी. He created an AI avatar. उस वक्त उसने उसको AI avatar नहीं, because artificial intelligence wasn't that a word.
Yeah.
और that lady Simone, which was Simulator 1, became a celebrity.
Right.
So what if somebody comes to you and says, Hajra, we are going to take your features and your voice and your curly hairs, of course, and we create an AI avatar out of that, and that's going to do all the acting.
Yeah.
And you get paid.
Yeah.
Will you take that offer?
I will not take that offer, but I will not stop anybody who wants to try it, because I'll take it as a challenge. Okay, fine, try it, because it will not last long.
You think so?
No, because I believe that from an actor's point of view, from a performer's point of view, a robot can be a pretty face, but it cannot get into the nuanced human complexities. It cannot.
Okay.
हर चीज़ का आपको उसको command देना होगा. At the end of the day, it has to be controlled. Say it. If it's a robot, it has a life, a limited life. It's not. Its looks are not going to evolve like my looks.
Right.
Its talent is not going to evolve like mine, because it's not going to experience the same life experiences that I do on a daily basis. So I believe as an artist, कोई भी performer जो human nuanced complexity ला सकता है, वो एक robot नहीं ला सकता. सिमोन के बाद एक और movie आई थी, I Robot.
I Robot, yeah.
Will Smith की, अगर आपको याद हो.
ऐसी है.
ठीक है.
तो उसमें यही, so see, technology, I'm all for it. I mean, hell, it's giving so many people free therapy. ChatGPT is acting like a therapist, like an unpaid therapist for a lot of people, and I love that. And I'm somebody who roots for therapy.
So वो जो सवाल मैं Google से पूछता था, आप ChatGPT से आप भी पूछती हैं?
Why not?
अच्छा.
ठीक है, why?
And it gives you good suggestions.
Of course. Because it gets to know you, right?
Yeah.
ठीक है. So anyway, apart from all of this, मुझे ये ज़रूर लगता है कि एक robot को, AI को human support चाहिए. It needs command. But obviously at the same time मैं ये ज़रूर कहूँगी कि it is creating experiences for the audiences.
All right.
अगर मैं acting point of view को side पे रख दूँ
ठीक.
और मैं art exhibitions पे ले आऊँ.
सही.
अभी जितने भी दुबई में art exhibitions हो रहे हैं उसमें all artists, all painters are actually collaborating, taking support of AI to give an experience.
Right.
Be it musicians, be it art.
How do we distinguish between an honest policy critique and a coordinated state-sponsored disinformation campaign that's powered by AI?
Thank you, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thanks for having me. Before I begin, I have to say I'm woefully incompetent when it comes to anything technology. And with friends like Mr. Yaqub Bangash, who needs enemies? He's not even sitting on the panel and he's put me here. I think it doesn't matter at all. All you have now, and I'm speaking purely from the national security space, all you now have is a new powerful tool to spread misinformation that humans have been spreading since they were created. So the volume of information out there has seen a quantum leap. It will continue to be there. And essentially, humans will just simply start reaching the point of knowing how to discount much that is out there. Understand that last 200-300 years, nation states, right? States lie to their citizens and other states for a living. We see states where the trust between the state and society is weak. One of the key reasons is that you don't know when they speak to you whether they're telling you the truth or not. Now there are tools that can also confuse the state itself, right? So it's much more complicated. It's going to be far more complex. We're still at the beginning of the curve, so we really haven't learned how to deal with this. There's a bit of panic in the air. Over time, it will simply be that we will realize, okay, these are the kind of things we do listen to. These are the things we take with a pinch of salt. These are the things we ignore. The real challenge of AI in national security is not going to be in the information space, I feel. It is going to be in the actual warfare space. I think that's where it really matters, because you can get into wars, you can make wars far uglier than they should be based on what AI tools can do. There, I think, both for information during a war, but also the actual tools of warfighting. That's where I think the real focus has to be. This other part doesn't bother me as much because, sorry to say, all of us have been lied to since we've been born when it comes to statecraft.
So what you're trying to say, Dr. Yusuf, is that we should trust no one?
We don't trust anybody already, right? So the interpersonal conversation that you have with people you trust, you will keep that. The stratosphere will become so messy, so complicated, that at some point you'll start ignoring it. So let me give you a very odd, bad, and crude example. Does anybody care about what audio or video now comes attributed to a public figure? It's gone. People now realize that who knows? And so you started discounting that conversation, not wanting to believe whether it's true or not. Information that comes to you, more and more you'll be able to identify as this doesn't belong here. Yes, there'll be people making a lifetime
where Pakistan is at least reviewing all 1 million and then handing over to human systems to, to take that forward. So I'll stop there. So that the opportunities are there, but really I think fundamentally there has to be a cultural shift on how we think of data. I'm happy to talk about that going forward as well.
Thanks, Amal. That's very helpful.
And Osman, over to you. I mean, you've seen this kind of working, but also the challenges in a number, I think, of thematic areas, and can come at it both, I think, from a private sector perspective, academia, but also within government as well. So it'd be very useful to hear your experiences.
Thank you, Helen. And it's from the fear of, because I'm an economist by training.
वो कपड़े पहनाने शुरू कर दें, उसको तो टेंट्रम्स भी नहीं होते होंगे ना? मतलब मॉडल्स सुना है बड़ा तंग करती हैं।
मतलब बात मॉडल्स
दीपक के ज़हन में आया है कुछ आइडिया बता रहा हूँ।
मतलब मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि बात कपड़े पहनाने और मॉडल्स पे ही आ गई। नहीं, आई थिंक बात टेंट्रम्स की नहीं होती। आई थिंक टेंट्रम्स तो इंसान भी करता है सुबह उठते हुए, और जितने डिजाइनर्स के टेंट्रम्स होते हैं वो मॉडल्स के नहीं होते।
अच्छा, बेचारे। चलें, वैसे अगर आप लोगों को याद हो, आज सुबह व्हेन आई वाज जस्ट राइटिंग डाउन सम नोट्स, अब से कुछ दिनों पहले किशोर कुमार का एक गाना बड़ा मशहूर हुआ, एंड वो यूट्यूब पे मिलियंस ऑफ व्यूज आ रहे हैं। अच्छा, आई कंसिडर माई सेल्फ एज अ किशोर भक्त, सब गाने पता, एंड
But it's always been biased, we all carry our biases, we all voice our biases, these algorithms learn our biases, they feed these biases back to us. That's how social media has evolved. We all can live in our echo chambers. The Democrats don't see the Republicans, followers of one political thought don't see followers of other political thought at all on social media. My favorite anecdote is that when Brexit happened, the most Googled term from UK was, what is Brexit? Brexit, yeah. Right? So no one knew what they were voting for till the event had happened, because they all lived in their echo chambers and thought that is the truth, and everyone else is doing it, so I should do it too, because they never saw the other side. Now, you see tools like the Grok, which I thought was an interesting innovation, where instead of relying on fact checkers and they have their own biases and limited bandwidth, why not train an AI system that anyone can consult on a platform like Twitter to arrive at the truth, right? But then it's, as we have now seen, and there's lots of studies and evidence around this, that even tools like Grok, which of course feed off of knowledge that is fed to them, can be easily biased also, can be misinformed, can be, at least in the short term, they could begin to churn out data or information that's not factually correct. So you could build tools, but the tools will always rely on data and information, and therefore they'll all be trained on biased information. And there's no easy solution to this. The question is that I think something interesting also. Have we created any new problem in the society that didn't exist because of AI or social media? I'm not sure. I think the problems had already existed. We've just amplified them. Now the question is, will the problems get amplified to a point that they can have a disruptive influence in the society? I think in the short term, certainly. You will see Brexit and what just happened. And you could take this to any extreme. If you notice on WhatsApp now, if you wanted to forward your message to a bunch of people, they do have a limit on like 5 forwards or some equivalent. And that happened because in a village in India, I don't know whether people have heard this story or not, there was this rumor that there are a bunch of people who are abducting children and killing them. And then someone took a picture of a random car and forwarded it to a bunch of people, and they forwarded it to a bunch of more people and so on. And they lynched the 4 people in that car, and they had nothing to do with abducting children, etc. And then WhatsApp realized what they've created. They've created something that taps into your trusted network. You trust me, I trust you. If I get a WhatsApp message from you in my personal inbox, my level of trust is very high, right? And if I get the same message from you and him, I will likely believe him like gospel, right? I will not question the truth behind that information. So they've enabled a trusted network and gave people the power to forward unverified information at scale. Right? That's what WhatsApp enabled at the time. And then that caused lots of disruption, and then eventually people dying, and someone woke up and said, no, let's limit this power. Twitter is a prime example of that, where once you democratize media, and that's great, but once you anonymize media, that creates a democratized, anonymized, aggregated, biased source of information at scale. You know, and Pakistan is not unique in trying to understand this new monster, but I don't think there are any tools out there that can solve the problem as yet. In fact, I believe that people who created social media networks, you know, essentially social media networks are designed, it is a product where we connect with it and so on, but the real product is to enable enterprises, companies to sell their products to us. Yes. That's the product, right? We are the product, okay? They're trying to sell our biases and interests.
Our attention is the product.
So our biases and interests are being sold to product manufacturers, brand manufacturers, so that they can sell us goods. That's the social media product, right? So therefore, the core of that platform is to learn whether you like Cadbury's or whatever, or some other brand of chocolate. I'm sure there is. So which brand of chocolate you like, the goal, the real goal of that platform is to learn that and then pass that information to an advertiser so that they can advertise you the right. Now, as an unfortunate outcome of that is that they also learn your political biases and your religious beliefs and so on, and therefore you only see information that is aligned with that, and you just live in that bubble. So therefore, by design, social media will polarize communities, societies, and unless someone goes back and says, this profit-driven motive, you know, where it's designed essentially to sell you products that you want to see and only show you that information, is not good for dissemination of information. And for that, we need something fundamentally different. Not a small fix, but a reimagined network for disseminating information. When Elon Musk wakes up and says, I want to turn Twitter into a source of news, I'm like, God forbid, I hope that never happens. But it has happened, right? People go to Twitter and find out more information from Twitter than they do from authentic, traditional news sources. So it really is a monster that no one's really figured out how to deal with yet.
So I feel like that also runs counter, and I'm going to come to you, Asad, as well, because I want to come back to that point that Dr. Yusuf said as well. So it's not just, as the session says, this is not just a post-truth world, it's a post-fact world. How much does that matter in terms of information warfare? Yes. Yeah, I'll be changing it up.
I think it does. Again, the issue is you've got a frontier that's hit us sooner than many expected or at least were prepared for. So there's all sorts of conversation going on about hybrid warfare. Hybrid warfare is nothing new. You know, thousands of years ago, you would have individuals used as strategy to go and spread misinformation in the enemy camp. The power of this tool is unprecedented. So the amount of misinformation or information or post-fact kind of algorithmic information that it can put out has never been seen. We just don't know what precise impact it will ultimately have. But I insist that the problem is not misinformation. The problem is the quantum that you will have to deal with. I don't see any possibility, I think Umar's right, but I don't see any possibility of any structural change in how we produce or absorb information. You know, a lot of people are now talking about some social contract in terms of this post-truth world. Who is able to put out information and who's not? I think this is now truly democratic. It's going to be out there, no regulation, no law is going to be able to prevent it. Societies that may do better are ones where you've already got deeply inculcated civic sense on certain things. May not be in information warfare in that sense or in the war domain. But a society like Pakistan, I truly worry, because even at the best of times, we are not the most truthful society, let's be honest. And so if you get this powerful tool that is backing your instinct anyways, which is to put out information that may not be accurate, I think we'll struggle more. and so these results, this lynching and whatever, this is going to be real. But how do you deal with it? I think nobody has an answer at this point.
And I know that I want to go to Asad as well because I want to talk about facts and journalism and the future of journalism, but I want to sort of hone in on this question about societies that are more vulnerable. Obviously, we saw a lot of disinformation, misinformation during the India-Pakistan conflict as well in May. But at the same time, I do agree that the kind of chaos or disruption that misinformation, disinformation, whether it's AI-driven or not, fuels. You can see that in Western societies. There are a lot of political implications, whether it's not just Brexit, it could be the rioting in Southport in UK in 2024. It could be populist leaders who rise in Western societies and are able to, I would say personally from a human rights perspective, anti-human rights policies. There's a big, huge example in terms of Donald Trump as well. So we can safely say that it isn't just the global south that's vulnerable. It doesn't really matter your level of education in any society.
No, look, I mean, the institutional use of misinformation, because you have the tool, will happen everywhere. So you're giving the right examples. The chaotic use of that information at the societal level will happen more in societies like Pakistan's. I think that's the difference. Institutionally, you will see the rise of the right and the left, by the way, based on whatever narratives they use, and people will be swayed because people didn't have that kind of access to information. You're literally connected to the leader of your country by a click of a button now, right? But in terms of the chaotic use of that information, you are far more likely to have it in already polarized societies that are vulnerable because of the fissures within. So in some ways, in a crude way, you can think of it, in a sense, the more the fault lines and fissures, the greater likelihood that you're susceptible to doing something like that, right? Brexit, I don't think is a good example because Brexit was institutional. Right? People went along with what they wanted to hear and they voted, but that's not going to lead you to lynching. A lot else is going to lead you to lynching if it's in Pakistan, provincial, ethnic, whatever it may be. So already vulnerable societies, it's kind of like, you fall to dengue fatally if your immune system is already down. And there I think we are more vulnerable. Also, the respect for rule of law is lower. So even if, quote unquote, there are certain regulations that try and bring this in some box, we are far less likely to observe that and accept that. And they're much more likely to overreach anyways as the state. So that's, I think, the vulnerability.
I'd like to take that sort of analogy that you've given or metaphor that you've given about how societies are vulnerable because, I guess misinformation, disinformation is a virus. We need to vaccinate the public. Asad, you and I have talked a lot about fact-checking. We've helped a lot of fact-checking organizations or media organizations check facts, but we realize that the volume of misinformation, disinformation is beyond control. You can't vaccinate societies against misinfo, disinfo when they're not getting those facts or they're not believing those facts. And with AI, video evidence is also now being called into question. The volume of misinformation, disinformation isn't just being driven by the algorithm, but it is become more believable because of the video quality and photo quality that AI tools can produce very, very quickly. What does that bode for journalism? I guess because people don't want to believe facts that challenge their beliefs. They want it to feel good.
Thank you. I think it's always fun to speak at the last because there's so many things you can build on. I think one of the things that we need to get straight right away is that there is this general myth about how AI is a double-edged sword and it's a great balancer when it comes to information. It's going to give you misinformation, yes, but it's also going to fact check. That's a complete lie. There is no balance to it. It's never the fact-checking, the information correction, quote-unquote, is never going to be enough in itself that it can ever balance the misinformation that it's creating. That's number one. Number two, this idea of post-truth society, I particularly don't agree with this term because in general, and I'll explain why, because it kind of implicitly tells you that there was pre-era, a world where truth reigned free or where truth kind of was established. That's not true, right? I think the second thing is, I'm going to build on what Omar was saying, that we need to understand, one, technology in general and AI in particular, they were never neutral. They were never non-political, so to speak. They were always political. They will remain political, and they will always speak the language of the people who've trained them and built them. And I'll give you an example of 2015, which is quote-unquote considered the pre-post-truth era before Brexit and so on. We were involved in a project where we were kind of building an AI legal advisor based on the data which was coming from the New York crime database, right? And long story short, in the post kind of pilot run, we realized that all of the advice that it was doing, it was all of the predictive analysis it was doing, was almost completely against the African Americans. And that bias was coming from the very data that we had trained it from, which was the New York's crime data, right? So in that way, that bias within the data can never end. And once again, like I was saying, AI can never be neutral. It'll speak the language of the people who've created it. Number three, now, we have to see that in this part of the world, you mentioned Global South, are we doing enough in terms of training our own LLMs? Are we doing enough in terms of giving out information that the LLMs can be trained on? The sad truth is, no, we're not doing that. We've been involved in a lot of projects where locally LLMs are trained. Jazz is doing one of them, but the challenges that they run into is the sheer availability of data, which is not digitized, which is simply not there in a form that you can train an LLM on, right? And that kind of puts us in a situation where we will always be one inherently, I don't want to say, targeted, but in general will inherently be in the second or third position when it comes to the data or the languages of the global north, one. Two, we'll always find ourselves as a journalist in a position where we will be using the OTC products like ChatGPT and various others, and which will be speaking, and most of these OTC products, they will speak the language and have been speaking the language of the people who are creating most information. Moeed, you mentioned the Pakistan-India conflict in 28th May. We still have tough time, getting ChatGPT to produce the result of. Did not lose 6 planes, for instance, in that war, because the sheer information that was produced by SEO-enabled Indian websites, that it's having a bit of a difficulty in kind of understanding that that was propaganda, right? So in that way, I think the problem then lies, one, in the idea of transparency and accountability of the systems that we're using. Number two, it lies in the development of the new systems which are kind of trained in our language, speak our language, built by us. And three, do we have that? And I'm not talking about technological prowess, I'm talking about the data wealth. Do we have the data wealth in terms of training our own LLM and getting our story out there and getting the systems to speak our language? That's the big question.
Okay, and I think that actually naturally is a question that I would ask Dr. Saif as well. That we don't have the data. And as an example, Google just launched a premium in India, partly because there's a massive digital audience. They have access to mobile phones and smartphones and they use it. And partly because they can extract and use a lot of the data. Now, we were worried, I've been worried as a journalist about how social media platforms are replacing traditional media organizations as distribution networks. And now you have AI, which is mediating in terms of information. But again, the data is biased, it's not enough. How can people critically analyze the information that they receive from many of these AI bots?
I think history has shown us that people are entirely incapable of trying to kind of find their way around this sea of misinformation, right? Every political ideology, every religion largely thrived on that. The ability to be able to easily influence people with the impression that either the information is very authentic, either all the way from God or some other deity or some other respectable person here on earth, or by enough large group of people that they want to associate with. So I think there's ample evidence that people are entirely incapable of seeing through this. These tools, of course, have amplified that problem. Now the question is there a solution to this? I guess that's what you're asking. One, I believe, let me say something provocative to you as a journalist, right? So that sort of provokes you a little bit. The question is, what would be the role of the journalist?
I get very
going,
provoked by AI and social media
right?
platforms.
Now, let me provoke you further, and you will be amazed how much I can provoke you. But, you know, the question is, who would be a journalist? What should be the role of the journalist going forward, right? Yeah. So journalists were people who spend some time researching a story and repeatedly kind of, and over time built a reputation that they could dig deep and find facts that an ordinary citizen can't, and therefore we should listen to what they're saying as a version of truth that's more believable than what I hear from Uncle George, okay? That's what I believe a journalist was. And you guys needed dissemination channels, you know, TV channels or newspapers who would carry what you're writing or want to say to make you more authentic or make your word reach more people. Of course, you know, with what editors would do, and I'm sure publication platforms had their own biases, etc. Now with technology, that bias of the whatever the editor, or the owner of the publication, bias has gone away. So whatever you produce now goes directly to the people, and you can reach to people without relying on CNN or on Fox News or Jung or whatever. You could really speak to the people directly through YouTube or through Twitter or whatever, right? You could have your own following of 5 million people, and you don't need an editor's approval or vetting what you want to write. You can reach directly out to the people, and it is really up to the people now to see whether they believe what you have to say. Now the question is that in this world where the number of likes or reshares will kind of largely determine your cred, you know, how believable you are, that people should listen to Amber, Amber as opposed to Umar. If my tweet, sensational and salacious, has more likes and retweets than yours, then regardless of what your reputation might have been as a journalist, doesn't count anymore, because I was able to reach more people and influence them. So the question then is, what is your role as a journalist? Is it essentially just a popularity contest on who can say something more salacious on Twitter or YouTube? People will forget in 24 hours, they have short-term memories. So whoever kind of is louder, has more bots liking their tweet, will succeed, and the other person won't. And there's ample evidence of that. I'm sure we see that all day. So the question then is, what is your role? So I guess the ultimate sacrifice that the journalist would say, and this is the provocative part, is that you'll all become faceless and nameless, and you'll become trainers of large AI systems. That's your role. That's your future. Your future is no longer
it's
on
a very bleak future.
Yes, your future is no longer on the stage. It is backstage. So journalists were people who were researching stories, and their face was believable. So when they said something, people believed it. Now, let's unbundle a journalist. A journalist will continue to research the stories and will contribute to training AI systems, but their face no longer matters. So therefore, there is no charisma, Amber, in becoming a journalist.
No, I don't have that anyway. I'm not losing anything.
I'm sure, I'm just... So there's no charisma in becoming a journalist anymore. It really is a thankless job of trying to gather facts and feed them to an AI system like Grok, so that people can consult it, and people would know that Grok has at least been fed by journalists who spend days and nights researching the story, finding the real facts, and training the system that I can consult, and it won't give me the popular opinion, it would give me the hard facts. Someone has to find those hard facts and feed them to these AI systems. I suspect it'll be journalists. You can call them fact checkers, you can call them journalists, you can call them TV anchors, editors, sub-editors, whatever name you want to give them. But essentially your future is wearing headphones in a dimly lit room, training AI systems. I think that's what...
Okay, I'm going to take that to Asad. Is that our future as journalists, you know, in the journalist community? Because I know that you've spoken to, you've conducted studies as well within the journalism community about how they use AI. Are we just going to be feeding, because what AI can't do just yet there's a couple of things that I would like to speak about. The role of journalists. So for instance, the two key roles of journalists is news gathering, which AI can partially help with, as well as news verification, which AI can also help with. But what AI cannot do is go into the courtroom and tell you who was there, what they were saying, as quickly as a journalist or reporter would be able to. So are we just going to become data mining organizations for AI that does hallucinate and has a bias? Asad.
Yeah, I'm just very shortly, partially agree with Dr. Omar on this because I have a slightly different view. Look, first off, when we say facts, whose facts? Like, hardcore facts, where are they coming from? And this is one thing. For instance, we've been training LLMs now for journalistic institutions. I mean, you know that we've been talking about that in Safi Summit, about Sahafa.ai and all that. How do we define journalism? Do we define the op-ed articles which are published in the same newspaper as journalism? Because if we do, then there is a bit of a problem because then we are giving the opinions to the LLMs and we are trying to sort of teach all of that information, which could be one's opinions, and not saying not a fact, but could not necessarily be reflective of a balanced narrative per se, right? So that's number one. Number two, I feel that the role of journalists and their jobs will become and has become much more important in this era because one, when I talk about the data—
But Dr. Sev says that we're becoming irrelevant.
That's what I'm saying. When we talk about the data, for instance, I've been all through talking about the data to train the LLMs. Where does the data come from? Who will produce that information? Are we training the information? Are we using the information produced by AI to train AI itself? Or are we going to sort of use the people who are in the information business and have been for like decades to use the information that they're producing? So, like I said, there are a lot of question marks around it. You know what I feel? I feel that everything is very new. It's so like in the nascent stages at this point that it's very difficult to say what will happen in the 5 years. It may be absolutely true what Dr. Omar is saying, right? We may become irrelevant, but then again, I feel that so much is happening so quickly, specifically when we talk about the training of the LLMs, the structures, how it's being used in journalism, in general information consumption. I feel it's difficult to say, per se, what will happen, but I feel, from what I've experienced in my work of training LLMs and working with the newsrooms who are now kind of implementing AI within their workflows, that the role of the journalist, a quote-unquote a traditional journalist, has become so much more important in this age than it was, let's say, a couple of years ago. I feel that it'll probably become even more important in the coming days and years.
I hope audiences recognize that because I think the value of journalists is important in terms of the information ecosystem, but I don't think audiences value journalists as much as they should. But I'm going to sort of pivot a little bit to education now, Dr. Moeed, because it's again on that theme of inoculation. One of the things that I think is really key is media and digital literacy. How quickly is the education university system adapting? I'll give you a couple of examples from my own experience as well. Just a couple of years ago when 2023, we saw ChatGPT and the big explosion. It was so easy to detect fakes because, you had 6 hands and you could tell people that you could see this and that. It is much harder now. I think even the skin textures become much more realistic. Soon you'd see that signboards at the back, which are gibberish, will actually make sense. Again, it is about context. We have to constantly be thinking very, very critically. So, that's my question to you. At what level should digital media literacy start being taught, and how quickly is the education system, can it adapt?
To take the provocation a notch higher.
Oh no, I'm going to be outraged.
I think, I now interact with several hundred Gen Z and whatever follows. The biggest problem I think we're facing now is that we are trying to analyze all puzzles from the lens of your and my generation. So this conversation about journalists and where journalism is going to be, the challenge for me is to figure out what to teach students who are in a journalism degree. And the reason that I am not adapting, apart from the fact that HEC comes every day and tells us what journalism is and the only thing we should teach is what they know is best, is that those teaching are trying to hold on to the past as much. But if you ask the student, they're actually not interested in what you cherish or I cherish as journalism. They're not interested in going and researching the story. They're interested in finding the quickest way to tell you enough for them to be recognized. That's the world they've grown up in. Now, for you and me, that's borderline unethical. For them, that's the norm, and you and I are have-beens who are wasting time. If a journalist's only job is going to be go to the courtroom and say who there is, the CCTV camera can do it for you today. All you got to do is link it up with a basic robot, and you're done. So I think it's way beyond whether journalists are more important or less important. This is all old thing. For the students today, not interested. They want to know what technologies are going to be used. Can you train us in that technology? Digital literacy, absolutely. But digital literacy of the kind that will be useful in 2050, not in 2025. So here is the challenge, university or as a school. Where do I bring faculty from who know 2050? Yes. Where do I bring faculty from who've been trained to know that it is not unethical to find the quickest way to get information to audiences? Where do we bring faculty who can teach students to say, okay, maybe fact-checking is not as important as what? Now, for all of us sitting here, that's crazy, right? But that's what I'm hearing from them. So, to me, I think we're heading for an era of information anarchy. All this conversation about how to check facts, how much is it possible, is going to disappear because the volume of information and misinformation is going to be so much that human journalists or others won't be able to cope with it. So I think you're almost going to reach a point of the human mind discounting much of the information and misinformation and going back to very few sources that they want to trust. Yes. Now that could become an echo chamber, that could become an effort to find what is better than something else. Now here is the critical point. Societies that will be able to go to that narrow sort of set of sources that may make sense rather than just polarized conversations are going to be ones who are deeply embedded in critical thinking, civic sense, and problem solving. And I think Pakistan's biggest danger in education is that if we keep pushing rote memorization as the only way to train human minds, we will not have the ability to sift through and identify which sources are halfway credible. Yeah. But those sources may not be produced by today's journalists in the future. That bothers me less. It should bother you a lot. But it's really a conversation about what you teach your kids. And I think we will not adapt as Pakistan because the next generation that we are training for the 1960s, not the 2050s.
Excellent point.
I want to take that point that Dr. Yusuf said to you, Dr. Saif, about it's great at pattern recognition, it's great at pulling research and data. If you push it, and I've had many arguments in which I've used curse words about giving me the right links and the most authenticated data. What it isn't great at, and lazy at, is problem solving, as Dr. Yusuf said as well as creative connections that comes with experience, I suppose. Do you think that the LLMs will be ever able, because I know that, you know, AI is a chess master, AI can, you know, get a law degree, etc. But can it really be creative and critical and solve problems? Because we heard that AI will make our lives easier, but honestly, at this point in time, all I see are cat videos and animal videos and, you know, all of that.
Great. Let me first build on what Mohit said. This is a topic very close to my heart also. And I do want to say what universities would look like in future. I set one up and I worked in universities all my life. And I was in the US recently, and when I was at MIT, they set up the open course fair that eventually became edX, which is this platform where you could do online courses, etc. And I eventually went to that at the time was working with this. And they all talked about unbundling a university, on what the university was designed to do, what it is doing now, and what it might do in the future. Universities, I think, will continue to be a place, like a tangible physical entity for creation of knowledge. And that would lead to the question that you just asked also. They will no longer be a physical, tangible entity or even a virtual entity for dissemination of knowledge. That's the two roles universities have played. You get a lecturer standing in a classroom teaching you something that he knows about and you don't. There are better ways to do that now. It might happen virtually, it might happen through conversationally, through a bot, much better than an MIT professor can ever hope to do. However, I think this university would continue to be a place where you'll create knowledge. And we had this joke at MIT, if we started working there, that you go teach in a classroom to keep your job. But that's not why you came to MIT. You came here to work in a research lab, to do something exciting, not to teach kids. And I think most top universities, at least in the US, work on that ethos. And eventually all universities would begin to look like that. But however, the second question therefore is, what is AI good at? Currently, AI is good at what is called associational models. If this becomes too technical, I can...
No, I'm looking for technical insight here.
Okay, good. I don't know whether they are looking for technical answers or not, but AI is associational. AI, in this case, large language models, okay? What is a large language model? A large language model is actually incredibly simple at its core. What it is trying to do is guess the next best word it should say based on what you've said in the past, okay? So if after Pakistan, great is the word that's been said most often in the world, Pakistan great, you give Pakistan to ChatGPT or whatever your favorite large language model is, it would respond with saying great. That's what it would do, okay? So, and it has some internal record of that the word great is the word that appears most frequently or associated most frequently with Pakistan, all right? Just to mix things up, it might occasionally also respond with the second most frequent term and the third most frequent term. In fact, you can control that. If you gave ChatGPT a parameter called temperature, you can actually determine how much it would dig deeper into less frequent responses to give you more creative responses, okay? Otherwise, it could be quite deterministic to always give you the most frequently used term with next to the word that you just gave it. Now expand this word to a question. It will take that question and what is the most frequent text? Call it an answer because that's what typically follows a question that follows this text, and it will pull that up and give you that answer, right? And as computing power has become more and more abundant, it wouldn't just take a word or a sentence, it can take an entire book, a context window that's as big as a book, and therefore can create something that is most associational with it, which means it's not reasoning, it's not creative, it cannot create, it cannot reason. It is just looking up information that appears next to each other most frequently and sharing that information with you. So hence it's an associational model. So that's LLMs, that's large language models.
Are you all still with us?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. It's actually
Continue.
as simple as that, right? So
exactly. I thought in case.
Very good.
Because I think it's really interesting.
I am a college professor. You should. So I can go on and on about this. But that's what it does, right? So currently it's not reasoning, okay? It's not creating, it's not being creative in any way at all. In fact, the images, pictures, music that you create is done in a very dumb, simple way using these associational models. And we call them large language models because they can be fed large amounts of information and more importantly and recently, more and more context, which means that if you wanted to solve a certain problem in maths, you can literally give it O-level add maths book and say, here is the context, according to this, solve this question, right? So that's how big you can give it. And therefore, AI models are now ranked on how big a context they can take, right? but they're all really bad at reasoning. And you guys don't test them on this, but there are scientific ways to test them, and they all score really poorly on reasoning. So the question is, can structural causal models or reasoning models be developed? Of course, they'll be developed in the next couple of years. They'll be very, very, very good at what they do. They'll be able to do maths and this and deductive logic, and most things that we are able to do, they'll be able to do. The number of parameters, hyperparameters in the large language models far exceed what God created. The number of trillions or billions of neurons that we have, they far exceeded that in terms of their computing power. Given enough context, in many tasks, they'll do much better than us, okay? Now the question is, what parts of our life would fundamentally change? I believe any task that required a degree of tedium, okay, repetitive, perfunctory activity, we don't see the world
like
that
replying to your boss's emails.
Sorry?
Like replying to your boss's emails.
Boss's emails, of course. I hope your boss is not here, but your boss's emails. But also medical advice, right? Government process, anything. Actually, a large part of our life deals with tedium. Tedium of doing the same bloody stupid thing over and over again, right? And if you could automate that, then you could take away a lot of crunch work from our lives, and we could do more exciting things. And I think that's what AI would enable. That's what excites me most about AI. It will take away tedium to be
But I'm
able
going to
to
push back on that a little bit, because I think it also relates to the session title as well. So I see a lot of people, young people including, who are using AI as companions for medical advice, for counseling, for psychological counseling, and that worries me a little bit. Because as an example, there have been multiple reports and studies on this. The psychological advice will not necessarily be to the benefit of the person taking it. It could be indulgent. It's often sycophantic, you know. I find that AI tends to be a little bit like that as well. So what is it freeing us up to do?
Well, so no, I agree and disagree in the sense that your question is it great today? Perhaps not. Would it be better 3 months from now? Of course. In 2 years' time, the paralegal advice that you get before filing a court case or for little issue that you have, from LLMs will far exceed any other paralegal advice you can get for $20 an hour or something, right? Same for medical advice. And medical doctors won't like this, lawyers won't like this. Teachers, I've already said, dissemination of knowledge no longer is something that you'll be able to do better than a conversational AI bot. So it'll be better than them. Journalists producing content, writing a piece of content, no longer needed. AI bots mimicking you, reading, becoming a newscaster. These are all tedious tasks, perfunctory tasks that require repeated application of the same knowledge that you acquired, right? In some consistent way. You go to a pediatrician, there are 3 medicines that they know about. You go to an ENT specialist, there are 4 medicines they know about. I know those 4 medicines now. I can treat myself reasonably well without seeing an ENT doctor. I know which spray is going to give me and which anti-allergy and which decongestant. And that is the entire repertoire of treatment for someone like me, right? So therefore, it is repeated knowledge of, repeated application of the same knowledge that is learned. tedious, once you actually remove that tedium from life, just imagine a world where tedium goes away. Tedium of doing your arithmetic homework as a grade 5 student.
But if it reduces our ability to think creatively.
Yes.
So there was the MIT study that everybody was talking about, how if you are plugging in all that data and information, there's a prompt, but the sort of creative use of creative thinking, synthesizing that information, finding that pattern, if you're not doing that, essentially you're dumbing down the generation. So sure, it's doing all those tedious tasks, but it isn't making us more creative.
I agree completely. It'll make us more creative only if we fully recognize what is going on. So my kid goes to college, his kid goes to college. I don't think college professors have figured out how to deal with this new world. They're still giving the same assignments that AI can do much better. I was at Harvard for a small panel, and there were all these Harvard professors, and I said, each one of you is creating your assignments using AI, The students are answering them using AI. They're being graded through AI. Who are we kidding here?
Exactly.
And this is Harvard, and I don't think anyone disagree with that, you know. And I'm sure that's true everywhere now.
Yeah.
So because we continue to look away, evade this question that a grade 5 arithmetic assignment or a board exam or O-level maths is just not something that is required in this day and age anymore. That is tedium that we can do away with to be able to learn to spell things. I before E unless there is C. I can find much better applications of neurons in my head than being able to learn English spellings and their exceptions, right? And so on. And I can go on and on about this. But actually, a lot of skills that we learned in school, and that's what Moeed was saying. Yeah. The essence of what Moeed said is that whatever world we were raised in, or any one of us were raised in, is just fundamentally different than the world that's about to come. The sooner we recognize it, the better. And I was telling you about this Harvard thing, and they had this dinner exercise. And there's a Pakistan professor at Harvard Business School, Kareem Lakhani, someone I love. He's incredibly smart. And he totally turned this equation on his head. And he gave all of us a case study to do. And this was, you know, just part of this. You know, there's no free dinner at Harvard, so they wanted us to do stuff. So they gave us a case study, and they said, you are actually supposed to use ChatGPT to solve it. And now that you have ChatGPT and this case study, let's see who wins. And the people who could win were people who were able to creatively think. So I think you have to train the human mind to do what it was supposed to do, which is to be creative, to create knowledge and continue to innovate. That is what this thing is designed to do. It wasn't designed to learn English spellings. It wasn't designed to learn English grammar. It wasn't designed to learn arithmetic or trigonometry, because these are just, you know, just not things that, let's say if we take all of that away, Amber, from our kids' lives, to learn, to teach trigonometry, to teach spellings and grammar, and instead teach them, you know, sort of, the axioms that lead to proving an open mathematical problem. And I know such people. You know, when I joined MIT, I was quite young at the time, and there was an 18-year-old professor. His name was Eric Demain. And Eric was homeschooled, and he had figured out the maths behind origami. So how you fold and unfold things. That was his PhD thesis. And its application into protein or gene folding that led to the mad cow disease. That was his thing. He just won the MacArthur Award and so on. And the guy cannot, I shouldn't be saying this, but he can't string two sentences of English together. Right. He's not eloquent at all, socially entirely inept, but incredibly creative as a mathematician. I think that's what eventually would emerge. People who would have creative skills that would produce more knowledge in this world, rather than learning little tedium and then repeatedly applying it to our meaningless lives.
रट्टा सिस्टम खत्म नहीं चल सकता.
Absolutely, वो तो बहरहाल मेरा ख्याल है ये बात तो बहुत देर पहले तय हो गई थी कि रट्टा सिस्टम नहीं चल सकता. मुझे लगता है रट्टा सिस्टम के आगे O, A level, university education, even at places like Harvard, etc., is entirely obsolete and out of date. Yeah. The sooner we confront this, and the sooner we go back to the drawing board on what that means anymore, better off we would be.
That's an excellent point.
I know. And I know I feel that it's also interlinked as well with the broader question that we're asking. We had one question from Amna Munir, I believe, and I'm going to get back to that. Finally, and before we move on to some of the other questions, I'm getting 18 seconds. Asad, it's been declared journalists will be undervalued, useless. We have cameras. We have absolutely. We're going to be obsolete in a few years. Agree, disagree?
No, I disagree. Strongly disagree. I think we are leaving a lot to imagination right now, but we'll find out in about 5 years' time. Let's just say that.
All right, so I'm going to sort of pose this question to you, Asad, as well. Amna Munir is a teacher. She's asked, how do you suggest a common man should measure the credibility of all kinds of information? Do we have any tips and tricks to recognize a fake piece of information? You and I have dealt with this over the years and had to keep adapting, actually. So, Asad.
Yeah, sorry, I was laughing because we've been doing it so much. Look, I can tell you how I do it. I approach any piece of specifically visual information with this assumption that it's fake. Unless I find more information about it, I approach that piece that it's a complete fake, because it has happened to me so many times when I myself, being a fact checker and running an organization of quote unquote fact checkers, we've fallen for misinformation, deep fake videos, audios, and images, and it has happened just so many times. Now we approach them with this implicit assumption that it's fake. Unless we find more information about it, we are not going to believe it. That's the simplest way that I found out it works for us, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things, a few flags or red flags that you should look at. If somebody is giving you an opinion without evidence, I think you should be skeptical. You should check multiple sources of information. I know it's hard because you just want to quickly scroll through. There's a lot of information that's coming at you, but really treat everything with skepticism. I do think that I agree with Asad there. And always recheck to see if there's more than one relatively credible source of information. I still think that despite everything that has been said here today, media organizations are credible, so do check credible media organizations whether that information is true, and treat anything with skepticism, whether it's video, audio, of any kind. And go back to the original sources as much as you can. Thank you. I think our time is up. If there are any questions from the audience, I'd like to actually take them. If it's possible, am I allowed? Yes, please. Please, if you could just introduce yourself and the speaker to whom the question is addressed. Ah, I see. I think we may have ran out of time. Mic, is there a mic available? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammad Azim Sajid and I am a journalist and a proud son of the journalist too. So my question is that AI, as Sir Asad has demonstrated that AI in journalism at Punjab University. So उसी के तनाजुर में मैं बात करूँगा कि जो AI है वो नेचुरल ऑरा नहीं देता, नेचुरल फील नहीं देता. यहाँ पे अभी AI बॉट चला लेकिन वो रोबोटिक है, वो उसको नेचुरल फील या नेचुरल ऑरा और वो नेचुरल एम्बियंस नहीं आता. तो हम AI को इतना रिलाई कर बैठे हैं कि हम वो चीज़ उसके ऊपर कर रहे हैं और नेचुरल ऑरा के चक्करों में हमने AI को ही जो है फोकियत दे दी है, उसको उसके ऊपर कर दी है.
और ये किससे सवाल आप करना चाह रहे हैं?
Anyone can answer, please.
Okay. I mean, I personally would like to believe that in the age of AI, authenticity, realness, actually people value it more. Those human mistakes, people will value it more, will find you more believable. But I'll see agar Asad or anyone from the panel would like to answer.
I think सवाल ये होना चाहिए कि आपने कहा natural aura नहीं आता, right? यही था ना? सवाल ये होना चाहिए कि जब natural aura आने लगेगा तो फिर क्या होगा? फिर क्या हम उस तरफ जाएंगे जिस तरफ सवाल था? ये सवाल है, because that's not really a concern anymore. From what the development we've seen happening in the past 2 years, I mean 2023 से लेकर अभी तक, this wasn't even a question, frankly speaking, कि हम will ever be talking about कि AI replace करेगा साफियों को, कि वो नहीं करेगा. Now we are doing it in about 2 years. In the next 5 years, सवाल ये है कि जब हो जाएगा तो फिर क्या करेंगे? So yeah, frankly, that's the best I can answer.
All right, thank you.
Amar, can I say in the...
All right, yes, please. And any concluding remarks?
No,
and then
no concluding remarks. In the lighter vein, the most dangerous thought on this panel has been the TDM part, because my younger son is at HSN. If I stop having conversations about spellings ठीक नहीं है, writing ठीक करो, तो मेरी तो इससे बात ही नहीं हो सकेगी.
Thank you so much. It's been a fascinating discussion. Asad, Dr. Saif, and Dr. Yusuf.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 12:30 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mindbind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. Thank you to our guests for It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI and the Future. The SOT event series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is Rima, and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags, hashtag #CoCreatingTomorrow and hashtag SOT2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a big conversation, which promises to be insightful and engaging. Peace, Justice and Palestine, What the World Must Confront, brings together thought leaders, experts and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, followed by a Q&A session. The moderator for this session is Dr. Anusha Iftikhar. Dr. Anusha Iftikhar is a Pakistani medical doctor by profession and an educator and humanitarian by passion. She holds an MBBS from the Services Institute of Medical Sciences and has completed MR Cog Part 1, UK. She also earned a bachelor's degree in History and International Relations from Punjab University and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in Islamic Studies from the Islamic Online University. Since 2021, she has been actively engaged in the Palestinian cause through collaborations with organizations such as United for Change, Voice of Gaza, Al-Khidmat Foundation, and Mission Palestine. She has delivered awareness lectures across major institutions, including Punjab University, University of Lahore, Lahore Grammar School, Lahore College for Women University, and Comsats University. As founder of the Together We Can Foundation, she leads community initiatives and fundraising efforts, supporting underprivileged communities and the Palestinian cause. I now invite Dr. Anusha Iftikhar to join us on stage.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Can you all hear me properly? Okay, thank you. So I have the honor of moderating this very special big conversation, which is titled Peace, Justice, and Palestine, What the World Must Confront. And the overall theme of this year's conference is Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI, and the Future. So I think this theme invites us not only to think what kind of world we are building, but also what kind of tools and narratives we are using to build this world. And I believe my session, our session, it sits right inside this challenge because we all are witnessing the genocide happening in Palestine, how it is being shown on the social media, on the mainstream media, like the images and stories, they come instantly. Is it that way? They come instantly on the internet. Sometimes they clarify the truth, sometimes they distort it. We also have this algorithm system that can hide the suffering or document it. It can drown out the voices or amplify them. So they really shape how the world sees them, like what we ignore and what we choose to remember. So today we are not only talking about what justice for Palestine requires from the states and institutions, but also what it requires from us, how we tell the truth, how we verify it, and how we are building solidarity in this digital age. So I believe that today's session is not about slogans, it's about the difficult questions. Questions like what does justice for Palestine really demand from the international community today? How do the global power dynamics, they shape or block the path towards peace? What responsibility states and institutions have? Because we see every day that humanitarian international laws, they are violated repeatedly. Also, we need to ensure that the Palestinian voices, they remain central because they are often, such conversations are masked by other external factors, like their stories are filtered, they are ranked. And finally, how do we move from the performative concern to real sustained peace and accountability? So our goal is not to walk out of this session with simple answers, but leave with deeper questions, deeper honesty, and a sense of responsibility that how our human choices, together with these powerful tools, is it making us normalize this injustice, or is it building a more just tomorrow? Here, I will take a 2 to 3 minutes pause for you to fill out the pre-session poll that is available on the SOT app, and its results will be shown on the screen shortly. You can fill out the poll, and meanwhile, I will be introducing our worthy panelists. So I'm joined by a powerful and a diverse panel. We have with us Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Hilo. He's a Palestinian student from Gaza who is studying here in Lahore at University of Lahore on scholarship. His family remains in Gaza, living through the ongoing genocide. Before beginning his studies in Pakistan, he gained professional experience across multiple countries, and he has also worked with Maria B Limited in Pakistan. Abdurrahman is actively involved in community service through Al-Khidmat Foundation and upcoming humanitarian initiatives under Maria B Cares. Abdurrahman, you can join us on stage. We have Ms. Sumaya Abdul Halim. She is originally from Gaza with a bachelor's in business administration. She works at Maria B as a program manager CSR, connecting corporate social responsibility with humanitarian causes. She is actively involved in community service and humanitarian volunteering in Pakistan, working to support Gaza from afar. Next, we have Mr. Muhammad Sayyid Uzair Nizami, a humanitarian, Islamic scholar, and social entrepreneur. He holds a bachelor's degree in Islamic studies with a specialization in Asul al-Harb, Dubai, and has served as a business consultant to more than 14 businesses. He is the founder and CEO of Mend Your Heart, a platform dedicated to Islamic spiritual and social reform. He has been widely recognized for his efforts for Palestine. Most recently, he was the member of the Pakistani delegation on the global Samud flotilla, and the only delegate who successfully made it out after the Israeli interception of the main vessel. Next, we have the very Honorable Ms. Naseem Zehra, a national security specialist, journalist, and author. She is editor for Diplomatic and Strategic Affairs at City News Network, hosts a current affairs show on Channel 24, and teaches at Quaid-e-Azam University. She is a fellow at Harvard University Asia Center. She has taught at NUST and Johns Hopkins University and served honorary roles in the President's Advisory Committee on Foreign Affairs and National Security, National Kashmir Committee, and as Pakistan's Special Envoy on UNSC reforms. I'll pause here for the pre-session poll. Its results on the screen. Is it? Okay. So today we have lived Palestinian experience, we have humanitarian relief, and we have social responsibility, civil engagement, and national security and diplomacy. So all at one table. Let's begin. First, I would invite our panelists to each one of them share in 2 to 3 minutes their sharpest starting points, that what justice for Palestine really requires. So Abdurrahman, let's start with you. You are from Gaza and your family is still there, and you are here in Lahore. So in 2 to 3 minutes, when you hear this title, what comes to your mind? What do you wish the world knew? What justice for Gaza, for your people means?
Yeah, sure. So, from the title, which is about peace, justice, and Palestine, that talks about peace, while a people reminded under occupation is a form of surrendering, and I believe the real peace could only come after liberation and restoration of rights. Our case is not starvation and genocide or ethnic cleansing, but it's a stolen home, and we believe that justice didn't mean improving the living condition of refugees. or giving them alternatives, but rather reconsider their rights.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Moving on to you, Sumaya, as someone living in exile, but your heart still yearns for Gaza. So what does the word justice mean for you, beyond the headlines, beyond the charity? Is your mic on? No, I think it's...
Right now?
Yes, it's
okay.
on.
So for me, simply justice means I get the right to go back to my country, which I am deprived of. For me, the right to live with my family, which I am denied of as a Palestinian in exile. I always had, a problem with my grandfather, that why did you leave Palestine? And we should have lived there. I don't know what had happened. I didn't know back then what had happened in 1948 when they moved out of Palestine, what pushed them actually. We read in books. They have told me what happened back then and how bad the situation was and why they left Palestine. But I never understood it. But today, after whatever had happened in Gaza, the genocide, and how social media has made us understand and see whatever, with the smallest details, whatever has happened over there, now I understand why they lived, and I would never blame him. So for me, justice as a Palestinian in exile means that I get to the rights to go back to my country, to celebrate with my family whenever there is a wedding, whenever there is Eid or anything. So for me, as a Palestinian living in exile, the Eid is a nightmare, for example. This is like a small thing. I'm just telling you this very small things. And for me, I always wonder when, because living in a Palestinian family, you're actually, like, my family always raised me on that we were always going to go to Palestine. One day we're always going to go. This is not your country. And one day we will go. And when we go, this will happen. This is our house. So we're always living in fantasy, right? And I'm always waiting for that day where we're going to go. So justice for me is to be treated as a normal human being who gets the right to go see how my country also looks like.
Thank you, Sumaya. I can relate to this. I'm a Palestinian by marriage. My husband is a Palestinian and he's living in exile. So I can relate how my in-laws, how they are always very mindful whenever they are celebrating something. Like even at my wedding, they were like hindering to celebrate, make a celebration. So it really touches my heart that how they feel for their relatives and everyone. So thank you, Sumaya, for giving us an image of it. So coming to you, Azay.
Yeah.
You have been a part of the Global Samud Flotilla. You were with people who were ready to give up their life and physically move towards that place. So in 2 to 3 minutes, in your humanitarian lens, where do you think, where in peace and justice the world stands today?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, peace is often talked about, but not defined through the lens of oppressed. By peace means self-respect, dignity, and equal rights and safety. इस वक्त जैसे हम देखें कि दुनिया के अंदर दो तबके बन चुके हैं. The world has divided into two parts. एक वो है जो अवाम का तबका है और एक वो है जो अथॉरिटीज़ का, स्टेट्स का, इनका तबका है. और जो अवामी तबका है उसके अंदर हम देखते हैं कि एक अवेयरनेस है, उसमें डॉक्टर्स हैं, उसमें सिविल राइट एक्टिविस्ट हैं, उसमें जर्नलिस्ट हैं, उसमें स्कॉलर्स हैं, उसमें पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ है. डिफरेंट डोमेन्स के जो है वो लोग उसके अंदर अपना किरदार अदा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. लेकिन ये ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव में अगर इसको देखा जाए, जबकि जो स्टेट्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए वहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि सिर्फ एक GSF का ही प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं, ग्लोबल स्मूथ फ्लोटिला का ही एक प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं, ओवरऑल हम जब भी देखते हैं तो पॉलिसी उस तरह से शायद नहीं बनाई जा रही. और ग्लोबली, नॉट ओनली लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बल्कि ग्लोबली जो एक लेंस देखना चाहिए कि एक जहाँ पे ऑपरेशन है, जहाँ पर लोग जो है वो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन क्राइसिस का शिकार हैं,
उनके लिए कुछ solid, tangible steps लिए जा सकें.
That's very true. Thank you, Uzair. Coming to you, Ms. Naseem, you come from the world of national security and diplomacy. So you have seen how the Palestinian issue has been handled and mishandled. So how do you define the core or frame the core injustice here in terms of the global policies, the international laws?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on this issue, which is clearly at the core of morality and the exercise of power within a just and fair context. I'm extremely honored to be with this group of people who have, the two Palestinians. I think there is no cause, Kashmir and then Palestine, which is not close to our hearts, but also has always been, since before the creation of Pakistan. And this, young son of Pakistan who, you are from Pakistan. Yeah. Right? Who went all the way to practically demonstrate. So, alhamdulillah, that in Pakistan, we'll talk about it in later as we go along. I think over the decades, we have remained very clear, in what is just and what is unjust. So, I have 2 minutes, so very quickly, I'll just try and trace what has brought us here, what has brought the Palestinians. And when I say us, we really feel like we're part of the Palestinian cause. Of course, their suffering is insurmountable. Their land, their poetry, their literature, their people, their olive trees, everything has been, the attempt has been to take away from them. But, hats off to the amazing resistance of the past 70, 80 years by the Palestinians and even before that. So, where we are today was almost kind of before October 7th, right? Was almost inevitable because, what is the Palestinian issue? A people who were living in their homeland, which was Palestine, after the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire, when the UN and other the organizations, the League of Nations and US, etc., UK decided that these were going to be turned into trusteeships and mandates. Palestine was supposed to be a mandate under the British, and you had simultaneously the emergence of Zionism, which goes back to one incident that took place in France, where a Jewish soldier was, labeled for, as a person who had gone against French national interest. And then he was punished, and then subsequently it was recognized that it was unfair. The punishment was unfair. So that began this movement of Zionism, where basically the belief and the projection and the ideology was that the Jewish people who are being hounded in Europe must get a separate independent homeland. So that's, the roots of where we are today lies in around the 1890s. Subsequently, when, Palestine was under the mandate of the British, this movement caught, the imagination of people in the US, in UK, and the Zionist movement, the Zionist group was able to then convince those who had the mandate and who were looking after Palestine that Palestine should be divided into two, and one should be turned into a Jewish homeland. And the story that was, and the slogan that was made popular was land for people, a land for a land for a people with no land, in a land where there are no people. So this whole myth that the Jewish homeland, that Israel was going to be created in a land where no people existed. So if you understand that, अगर आप समझ लें इसकी रूट को कि शुरू से बात यही की जा रही थी कि here's a land where there are no people, you know, a land for a people with, you know, with yeah, people, I don't remember the exact term, but what it meant was that a people with no land are being given a land where no people exist. So wahi, that is what just continued and continued. And where we are today is that we have to see it in the context of power. So in the context of power, the international, the major powers supported the Zionist movement, and in the mid-40s, when the issue came up at the UN, the interesting thing is that Woodrow Wilson, etc., earlier the American president, actually sent out a mission to see whether, you know, what's the state of Palestine, which was going to be given to the Jewish people. And the report said that there are 95% Palestinians in that land. But anyway, then Israel, the Zionist movement, launched its killing sprees, and Haganah was a terrorist movement that they used systematically to kill the Palestinians. Palestinians were thrown out of their homeland, they were forced out, and the first Nakba then took place with 70,000 being you know, thrown out of Palestine. And then the world supported, the US supported, the UK supported the creation of Israel, and that support has continued till this day. So, you know, UN resolutions and military support and everything that was needed to prop up this illegitimate Zionist state was, you know, was done. Where we are today is a little different, but in terms of peace and justice, obviously, peace and justice will only come when the Palestinians have their own homeland. You know, subsequently we will talk about, you know, where we are now, etc. I've taken up more time,
Yes.
thanks, sorry.
Thank you. But you were very right. Even in the beginning, they played with narratives, and even today they're playing with narratives, like how they portray the 7th October. So since the beginning, they are playing with narratives. So thank you, everyone. We already have a lot on the table. So let's push this conversation a bit deeper. But while we are having this conversation, I want you all to keep this one question in mind, that what future are we co-creating with our policies, with our institutions, and especially how our stories are filtered on the internet, like the algorithms we talked about before. So starting with you, Abdurrahman, I will start with your lived experience. You are from Gaza and your family is still there. So how do you define your everyday life in Gaza, like what your normal day actually looked like, if you want to share any example or any instances that you think the people need to know?
So, living a normal day in Gaza means wake up every day looking for a drinkable water, for something to eat, or even the less necessities of life. And it's fine, by the way, while you are looking for these things, it's fine if you see a dead body. It's fine if you see people remains, and you can see how, like, the physical action, like, I mean, the physical, like, psychological, Arabic?
The physical and psychological assaults you're talking
يعني
about.
بالعادة بالعامل النفسي كيف بيأثر على الأطفال هناك.
He's more comfortable in Arabic.
The psychological impact that the destruction and the genocide have had on our children.
And it's becoming normal to hearing that there is such a family has been wiped out of the civil registry. And it's normal hearing the airstrike on the sky of Gaza 24 hours, 7 days. And finally, it's normal seeing a mother can't feed her children because she's suffering as well from the starvation. And after all of this, we will never lose the hope that one day we'll be liberated. We will have our free Palestine. And I would like to share one of my stories about my family. Like, they have evacuated from the North Gaza to the middle after the second last ceasefire. They have evacuated to the middle of Gaza, and they had their business and they had their buildings. Then they have evacuated. They never lose the hope while sitting there that they will come back and they will find their homes, their business fine. And unfortunately, when they come back, they find it totally destroyed. But with the minimum sources, they are rebuilding it, and we will never lose the hope. So it's just a message, like for the Palestinians. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. I know it would have been very difficult for you. Would you like to add something, Sumaya?
I would just like to, because while Abdurrahman's my family is in Gaza, but they are my extended family. Of course, I feel, and I can't, sometimes I'm just shattered and I'm having very bad days and rough days about when I hear there is, like the occupation forces are very near my area. I get very nervous. But about Abdurrahman, I remember because we worked together in the same place. So when he says just his family left a place to a place, like they left the west of Gaza to the north of Gaza or the opposite, I just want to tell you what it means. He wouldn't sleep till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning because he's always in constant fear that a bomb would drop on his family's house. He would have to come the next day to work, to report to work, normal, human. And he would have to be active, right? And do his duties, go to exams because he also studies. A normal human, and he's safe. Even the safety that we are living, the safe life, alhamdulillah, Pakistan is very safe. We consider it very safe, right? I know some would disagree with me, but for us, it's very safe, and we're blessed. We feel guilty. We feel guilty of having to live in an air-conditioned room, and sometimes we would feel guilty to eat even. So sometimes in the lunch break, we would, and Abdurrahman doesn't want, I understand why he doesn't want to participate with us and we all understand each other, but when we say a simple word that my family left from that place to that place, it means they left their home, and how close were the occupation from them, and in what circumstances they left. Were they undergone? Did they actually arrest some of your family? Did they, God forbid, some people get shot on, if you don't leave, we'll kill you. And then Palestinians, the very grandparents, they don't want to leave, so sometimes they even shoot people. So telling that my family left from a place to another, it is a horror story for us, right? And it has a word for us, nuzuh, right? It is the worst thing on the planet. We sometimes prefer to stay in our homes, and people ask, why don't you guys leave? Where to go? The way from the place to go to the other safe areas, safe zones, is all full of, what do you guys call underground bombs?
Mines.
Yeah.
Landmines.
Yeah, and then there is a constant bullet on your head. The tanks are everywhere watching you, and it's an exposed area, and you have to walk, right? And then there are elders. There are people who have already been shot earlier, and they are walking. Some people, some people have been amputated, and a family member who has been amputated, and then you have to carry them all the way for 4 or 5 hours or more. And then when you reach there, that's the biggest thing. When you reach there to the safe zone, there is no house. You are literally on the road, by the literal meaning of sleeping on the road, on the footpath.
there is no cash flow over there. Okay, there is no cash flow. So whatever money you have in your bank, it's in your bank. You can't use it, right? There is no cash flow. If you manage to live somewhere, or if you manage to get somewhere to live, it's a tent. The morning there is rain, your tent is gone. There is, what do they call, insects. There is, it's not hygienic. There is no washrooms. There is nothing. There is nothing. So the word nizuh, or the simple word that he mentioned, my family had to move from here to another, that's the simplest thing. And in case that journey is, they're blessed to reach from a place to the safe zone, and this is how hard it is. This journey, how hard it is, and we consider, oh, alhamdulillah, my family moved from this area to this area, and this journey itself is so problematic. Some people don't even make it to the safe zone, and that safe zone, once you reach, the next morning, oh, there is a flyer that you have to leave. This is not a safe zone anymore. So life in Gaza is very, very, very hard. I had a cousin whose 2 years old daughter had to be amputated with no anesthesia, right? And I can't explain to you the mother when every day my cousins ask me, what did you guys do today for us? When the war was happening, every day they asked me, what did you guys do for us today? What did your friends, what did you guys do for us? You know what hurts the most? That every day I have to lie to them. That today we were on the road, today we were promised this by the government, today people didn't come back from the roads because they were protesting all night, and I have to lie to them that people here are very concerned, that entire world is on their toes, and that gives them a little bit of hope. That gives them a little bit of, alhamdulillah, the world is standing with us, right? And this is the genocide, and it has its own toll on us, but what's more painful is the betrayal, is the silence of the world, is that people still talk about boycott. People still can't replace Coca-Cola with another brand. We're not asking people to stop purchasing those products and deprive themselves from those things, but people cannot stop themselves to have these small little things because they think, oh, what is going to happen? You do your part. Allah is not going to ask you on the day of judgment, why didn't you free Palestine? Allah is going to ask you, why did you have that? Why did you do that? What was in your hand? So it is beyond imagination, and we still get to be asked, is it real what's happening over there? Is it a conspiracy theory? Maybe what's happening there is not as real. It is worse than what you see on the social media because we are being censored. The social media is censored. Posts get removed. So I just want from every person over here, I really appreciate you being here. And I would want everybody to leave this hall with a responsibility that don't underestimate your power, the power that you have, the social media. Keep talking about us, because if you don't, nobody would, right? And there is no genocide that's been live streamed in the history as this one, and you're a witness of it. So stand on the right side and be conscious and awaken your consciousness, because this is what we've got left. And social media, speaking of social media and AI, they are working so hard to desensitize us. Is this the right word? Yeah, desensitize us as humans. And make us used to see these bloodshed and whatever is happening, the genocide. From very long ago, introducing movies that are Game of Thrones and those all movies, that they exposed us to a lot of bloodshed before. And I believe it was all a part of the plan. Now people, when they see a lot of blood, they either can, oh, I can't see, or they just watch it and it's normal for them because of the video games that we play, and we have to constantly kill people and get more points. Humans these days are either desensitized or they just choose not to watch. Okay, if we can't watch, I can't watch sometimes, but I can't watch. But we have to do something about it. We have to be conscious about our choices, ethical purchasing, and always, always remember them. Even the war have stopped right now, but they still bomb. Not as much as it was before, but they will again start bombing if we don't speak about them, if we don't post constantly about them.
Thank you, Sumaya.
Thank you.
I'm out of words. The world uses such heavy terms, but you just explain what the ordinary life feels like under extraordinary oppression. Thank you, Sumaya. Moving towards you, Azair, you were with the global Samud flotilla. So I'll ask about your experience, what life is on a flotilla like that, and what did you see or feel in terms of how the states, the authorities, they react when the ordinary people, they plan to move towards Gaza physically?
Well, recently, as I was part of Global Smooth Flotilla, and we observe the number of people who were participating in it, and from around the world, only 800 and something people were part of the Global Smooth Flotilla, which was like पूरी दुनिया से यानी करोड़ों की आबादी के अंदर, अरबों की आबादी के अंदर सिर्फ 800 कुछ लोग जो है वो इस काबिल हैं कि वो इस तरह के किसी भी मिशन के लिए या इंसानियत के लिए इस तरह से आवाज़ उठा सकते हैं। ऑल्दो इट वाज वेरी फैसिनेटिंग कि जो है वो लोग उठे हैं, एटलीस्ट वो जो सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो लोगों में पैदा हो रही है, लेकिन फिर भी इट हैज़ टू बी ग्रोन, लाइक उसको बढ़ना चाहिए। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि about the question you asked, simply I would say the world has failed to provide justice and peace, especially in the Palestinian context. या हम देखते हैं सीरिया के हवाले से ऐसा होता रहा, अभी सूडान में हो रहा है, सोमालिया में इसी तरह से बुरे हालात हैं। तो इस वक्त अराउंड द वर्ल्ड इज़ टोटली कोलैप्स, लाइक फेल्ड हो चुके हैं। जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जो उनकी ज़िम्मेदारी थी, इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस की ज़िम्मेदारी थी, जो यूनाइटेड नेशंस की ज़िम्मेदारी थी, इस तरह के जो बड़े बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जिनको इंसानियत के लिए कम से कम एक ज़िम्मेदारी उठानी चाहिए थी, आवाज़ उठानी चाहिए थी, दे जस्ट फेल्ड। और हमने शायद पीस का जो मतलब ले लिया है वो आई वुड से द पॉलिटिकल पीस लाइक इज़ टू द एब्सेंस ऑफ हेडलाइंस, कि हम उस चीज़ को, उस ख़बर को जो है वो हम हेडलाइन से ही रिमूव कर दें और ले देकर हमारे पास फिर ये सोशल मीडिया, जैसे इन्होंने बात की, सोशल मीडिया का प्लेटफॉर्म रह जाता है। लेकिन सोशल मीडिया इज़ नॉट ऑन द कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंसेस, लाइक इफ़ आई वुड से कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है जिसके लिए अवाम बाहर निकल आ सके। मतलब इफ़ यू हैव अ पेज ऑफ 100,000 people followers on Instagram or Facebook or somewhere, but when you call them to come outside or pass like to ask your authorities or states को कहें कि जो है ना वो कोई resolution pass करें, कोई policy बनाएं, they can't come up। तो ये एक एब्सेंस ऑफ हेडलाइंस जो मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया के ऊपर होनी चाहिए थी वो बहुत कम है। और इसी के अंदर जो एक चीज़ और ऐड ऑन करूँ कि जो द मीडिया कवरेज टू द स्मॉल बॉडीज़, जैसे हमारी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, वी आर वर्किंग फॉर पैलेस्टाइन, वी आर लाइक एडवोकेटिंग फॉर द ह्यूमैनिटेरियन क्राइसिस एंड जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। लेकिन इसी के साथ साथ जो भी छोटी छोटी सी स्मॉल बॉडीज़ हैं, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, जो काम कर सकती हैं इंसानियत के लिए या आवाज़ उठा रही हैं, उनके लिए कम से कम एक मीडिया कवरेज का प्लेटफॉर्म होना ज़रूरी है। बिकॉज द मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया स्टिल हैज़ द एबिलिटी
कि वो उस सच को सामने लेकर आए. The awareness should be like लोगों के घरों तक पहुँचे वो. और उसमें like I was very sad like when we were like हमारे ऊपर Israeli drones, they were attacking on us 4 times. They drone on us on like humanitarian जो एक mission था. And like we were not having any weapon, we were not defending ourselves, we were having only bread, we were only having medication, we were only having the formula milk for the kids. And all the way from Tunis to Gaza, we were drone 4 times. Like we were drone with the chemical gases, we were drone with the sound bombs, and all the time we have been surveillance like 24/7. And even when they tried to capture us, the 12 naval ships, the Armageddon, they came for small ships for the people who are actually volunteering for like themselves for humanity. Like they are not having any kind of like it was in non-violent mission and humanitarian mission. And I personally know that how the only ship we survived from like escaping and managing to escape from Israeli detention. And it was really hard night. Like all the way, the hardships we have been through, and especially you asked about the Global Smooth Flotilla experience. I tell you what, we decided like we will have a 1 piece of bread after every 3 days. Because we were carrying the aid, the humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza who have been suffering from decades. And they can't even have a food, they can't even have a clean water, they can't even, like, if they get bombed and they come out of, from the rubble and they can't even wash themselves. They don't have water. They don't have anything. The children are like, they are like, वो बच्चे पैदा हो रहे हैं और उनके लिए किसी भी तरह की कोई medication नहीं है. The kids are bombed and they have to do surgery without anesthesia. And they are asking the kids, okay, recite Surah Al-Fatiha. What is it? Like, इतना modern world के अंदर living in this like giant, जहाँ पे information आ रही है, जहाँ पे education का इतना सब कुछ है, जहाँ पे infrastructure है, जहाँ पे first world countries दुनिया को super powers के तौर पे show करवाती हैं, वहाँ पर हम उन बच्चों को without anesthesia they are like doing surgery. They are cutting their organs to just to live them alive. Like what is it? Like how we are, like what we are doing it. तो for that actually we decided कि हम हर 3 दिन के बाद एक piece of bread लेंगे. मेरे पास आज भी वो picture मौजूद है जो मैंने अपना पहला 3 दिन के बाद the first piece of bread I ate. तो like it was very hard for me. Like मैं काफ़ी देर तक even I was crying a lot, like how the people of Gaza are living in these kind of circumstances. And when I am lying, like when I am eating this kind of bread with only ketchup on it, no luxury dinner or lunch on a boat, and you are facing hurricane and you are facing the waves 8 to 10 feet high, and surveillance and drone attacks and all this, like it was like after this event, I personally believe that the institutions or the states are failed, unfortunately.
Thank you, Uzair. Yeah. It's truly very brave of you.
Thank you.
So coming to you, Ms. Naseem, as Uzair talked about the lack of headlines, and at the same time there is abundance on the social media. So since you have worked in the traditional media and also you have seen the rise of digital platforms, and now you are teaching the next generation who will navigate the world. So what responsibilities do you think journalists, educators, and even the tech platforms they have if we say that we care about peace and justice and human rights? And how do you think we can avoid a future where the recording of suffering is rich, but the response to suffering is less? Because it's happening right now. The record is a lot, but the response is less. So how we can avoid that?
Ji, thank you. Actually, you know, when we look at the suffering of the Palestinians, especially, I mean, actually to say especially after October 7th will be wrong, because the Palestinians have you know, repeatedly since
Like
the
the incident you told,
1920s,
huh?
100 साल हो गए at least for 100 years. You read Edward Said, you read Mahmoud Darwish, I mean, how they have kept the struggle alive through their stories, through their courage. मैं आपको बताऊं कि when I look at Muslim history, where the Palestinians are today, and the fact that hundreds and thousands of them who could have escaped have decided to stay and fight back. ये actually अल्फाज काफ़ी नहीं है. It is very difficult to try and convey it in words. It's so the point is, मुझे, you know, when I when I read, आपको करबला याद आ जाता है. I cannot tell you, I mean, I don't think that there has been another event in human history since Karbala where the nature of suffering has been what it is, and the courage of the people has, you know, continues to be. So, you know, 2 or 3 things. One, telling the story, telling the truth, spreading the truth. Let me submit to my Palestinian friends as well, everybody included, that today the back of power, of vile, evil power, has been broken to some extent. I mean, I don't want to in any way undermine the suffering of the Palestinians, but I want to say that the genocide, the bravery, the courage, the resistance, and the stories. You know, I have sat night after night on the space that is their social media space, where people have been reporting directly from Gaza what was happening. I think a lot of connections don't exist any longer, but just see the kind of reporters who were reporting, not just the reporters, Al Jazeera and the reporters, you know, from different news outlets. Also on social media, I think the stories have been, it'll never be enough. It'll never be enough. Matlab, if you're talking of humanity, if you're talking of justice, then all we should be talking about is Palestine. I mean, what is going on in Gaza, even after the Trump plan, which I will say that with all its weakness, what else did we have? What else was there? So while being very critical of the Trump plan, you know, in terms of where are the Palestinians, where is their right to govern, where is the future of Palestine, where is self-determination, where is all of that? What is this international stabilization force? Who is, you know, what's the mandate to disarm Hamas? Nonsense. Hamas is a legitimate representative of the people, which has brought the Palestinians to a point where they are able to fight back. So, but I just want to say here that this is the nature of power. This is the nature of the world that we live in. There are levels. There's one where there is a society, where there are people on the streets, where there is the non-state people who have come out. And it's not West versus the rest, because people, millions have come out. Even yesterday, this Friday, there were people in Italy, people were out in UK, in different parts of the world. And mind you, it has had an impact. People coming out has had an impact. Can you imagine that Mamdani wins in the capital of Zionism, in a sense? In New York, there are very deeply embedded Zionists. Although New York also had Edward Said. New York also had, incredible number of people who are Jews but who are not Zionists. So for Mamdani to emerge in that space and to win the elections, it does say something about a level of consciousness. So I don't want to be making it sound that things are any better for the Palestinians in Gaza. In fact, what I was reading just today was that in West Bank, what did the Israeli soldiers do 2 days ago in Jenin, when they just, you know, shot dead two
My
people?
husband is from Jenin.
Sorry?
My husband is from Jenin.
Acha, acha. Okay, so see what they did there, and nobody spoke up. I mean, I think UN said something, but Trump didn't speak up. But I mean, we are not talking about where are we headed, but just in terms of projection, I just think that we have to keep talking. And in Pakistan, I think, I mean, I don't know, it seems that on major issues on a daily basis, the Pakistani media, social media, and mainstream media, any major event, I think they continue to cover. And if Pakistan's government today talks of the Trump plan, but at the same time talks about what is ISF, what is the future, I mean, the resolution has been passed, 2803, but everybody knows that things have come to a standstill because even the Arab world today is being forced to ask the fundamental questions that are important for the Palestinians. So it's an ongoing struggle. In terms of the future, where we are headed, the truth is that on the one hand, you have Israel with all its technology, with all the, you know, not only does it continue to butcher people inside, you know, Palestinian territories, but what has it done in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Iran, and it continues to do that, and it has the backing of the United States, like maybe 1% less than what it was in the past, but it does. And despite that, people are still standing up. Despite that, they have not been able to take over, you know, their whole vision, their whole nightmare of a dream of greater Israel. They are sticking to that dream, and there is resistance. I think people's resistance and the power of social media and power of, you know, resistance gives us hope that while it's a long battle, the significance, importance of justice and morality is more alive today in the world than it was. And when I say world, obviously we're talking of people in some countries of the world, whether you're looking at Ireland, whether, you know, some Western countries have stood up. Italy has stood up, Ireland has stood up, I think Spain has stood up. Some countries in Americas have stood up. But while I say this, I'm so conscious of the fact that the Palestinians are suffering as if, you know, Karbala continues. But we have what Allah's given us, what we have available to us is our struggle, and we have to continue to struggle. And you know what my friend, my daughter from Palestine was just now saying, I will discuss with her after this, you know, what more can we do in terms of speaking, etc. And we have to continue the struggle and not forget about it, not be that there's a Trump plan, so things are okay, there's a resolution, so things are okay. Far from it, I think it's a struggle that is going to continue. It's a resistance that's going to continue. And I hope, inshallah, the voices will get louder and louder in support and in, you know, in recognition and in projection of what is happening on the ground. The tragedy, the genocide, the butchery, the vile ways of the Israelis. And at the same time, I think that the world, the Arab Muslim world, has had to step back a bit and recognize that they can't pretend that it's all okay. And I think there is some rethink there also. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Naseem, for such thoughtful and honest insights. So even I had a lot of questions, but I wasn't stopping any of our guests because they had a lot to share. I think 1 hour is very less for this topic. So immediately I will move towards the Q&A section. I'm sure you will have a lot of questions too. Like I had a lot of questions, but I cut them short. So if you have any questions, you can send them via this QR link that's on the screen, or you can give them to the ushers in the hall. Or you can raise your hand.
Anusha, I have something to add in the meantime.
Okay, so yeah, go on.
I just want to give you all hope and tell you that having said that, and with all the suffering that's been happening in Palestine, the people there are still resisting, and the people there are not going to give up. And Palestine, some facts about Palestine. Palestine has the lowest illiteracy rate in the world, lowest. So I think it's at 2% or even lower, right? So even on the rubble now, the children are going to schools. The schools where it's a rubble right now, there is no school anymore. They go there, the teachers, they go to give their duties, and there are no books, there is nothing from their memories. They teach children. So the mothers are doing their duties to upbring their children, to make another generation to resist and to do another 7th of October. So it's not gonna end this easily for the Israelis. And what you mentioned about a people of no land, for a land with no people, for people with no land. So this is their biggest mistake, I believe, for Israelis, that Palestinian has the biggest stubborn mind, and it's not going to be easy. And inshallah, we have no other way, choice but to win, and that is what we know. That it's.
Thank you, Sumaya, and you are right. Now Palestine is in all the world, everywhere. So we have a question: how do Palestinians find the strength to keep going when the world keeps failing them? Will you like to take that, Abdurrahman?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
So I will just say what Ghassan Kanafani said once, that we have achieved teaching every single person in this world that we are a small, strong nation who are going to fight until the last drop of blood.
Thank you. I will immediately move towards the audience and request you to fill the post-session form and also the session evaluation form. Do we have any more questions? Okay. So we are short on time. So in conclusion, I would say that there is only one question that I want you all to take with you today. That in my own sphere, like as a student, as a teacher, as a parent, as a professional, or as a policy maker, how can I move from feeling to Palestine to actually taking action for Palestine? Justice for Palestine, how I'm going to take action for that? How the tools of this age, I'm going to use them responsibility and honor that responsibility. I would like to thank our worthy guests. You want to add something? Okay, sure.
Yeah, one more thing, जो एक तो ये जो question पूछा गया, इसमें कि फ़लस्तीनी जो अवाम है, लोग हैं, वो how do they मतलब कि keep having the strength, इसमें कुछ चीज़ें हमें इसको scholarly भी देखना ज़रूरी है. जैसे there are narrations, ahadith, in which the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentioned a lot of times that कि ये जो मकाम है, अर्दुल मुक़द्दस जो है, ये जो बैतुल मक़दिस है, ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर अंबिया ने अपना खून दिया है, और ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर जो दुनिया के जो हालात हैं, जो करंट अफेयर्स हैं, ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव में जो अभी हालात हैं, और अगर हम फोरसी करते हुए मुस्तकबिल के हालात को देखें, तो जिस तरह से जंग व जदल चल रही है और मिडल ईस्ट को जिस तरह से सबुताज किया गया, उसको तबाह किया गया, तो ये उसका असल में जो बिगेस्ट स्टेज जो बनने वाला है वो ये है. और इसके बारे में देयर आर नरेशंस के जो है ये वो लोग हैं जो अस्क़लान के शुहदा होंगे, जिनको रसूलुल्लाह ने फरमाया कि ये वो लोग होंगे जिनको अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला क़यामत के दिन उठाएंगे. इनको ये वो लोग होंगे जिनके हाथों में उनके सर होंगे. दे विल बी हैविंग देयर हेड्स लाइक दे विल बी स्लॉटर्ड वेरी ब्रूटली, जो हदीस के अल्फाज हैं. और देन अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला विल लाइक आस्क देम कि उनको जो है वो मुताहिर पानी से, एक बहुत खुशबू वाले फ्रेगरेंस سے جو بھرپور ہوگا اس پانی سے ان کو غسل دیا جائے. دین اللہ سبحانہ و تعالیٰ will ask them to enter into paradise. ناٹ اونلی دیٹ, لیکن جو ان سے وعدہ کیا ہوا ہے, جو پیلسٹینین جو ریزسٹنس, جو ریزیلینس ہم دیکھتے ہیں, اس میں کیا بات آتی ہے کہ اس حدیث کے اندر جو ان کا توکل ہے اللہ کے ساتھ, جو وعدہ ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ اللہ سبحانہ و تعالیٰ ول الاؤ دیم ٹو چوز اینی آف دا پیراڈائز دے وانٹ. لائک ہم دنیا میں 1 کنال کا 2 کنال کا کوئی پرفضا مقام کے اوپر جو ہے وہ گھر لینا چاہتے ہیں, سب کچھ کرنا چاہتے ہیں, لیکن ہم اس کے لیے کتنی تک و دو کرتے ہیں. اینڈ دے آر ریزیلینس, وہ بہت اسٹرانگلی جو ہے وہ اس کے ساتھ کنیکٹڈ ہیں. اور دوسری چیز جو وے فارورڈ کے اندر ایک ہونی چاہیے, جو ہمارے پینلسٹ نے جس کے اوپر بات کی, کہ دیکھیں ہم ملائیشیا میں گئے اور وہاں پر ہم نے ایک کولیشن فارم کیا تھا جس کے اندر پاکستان, ملائیشیا, شری لنکا اور مالدیو, یہ 4 اسٹیٹس تھیں جنہوں نے ہم نے مطلب وہاں پہ جو پاکستانی ڈیلیگیشن تھا, انہوں نے جو ہے وہ اس کو ایک کولیشن فارم کیا. اور اس کے اوپر ابھی جو 1-1.5 مہینہ پہلے جو پرائم منسٹر صاحب گئے تھے ملائیشیا, تو وہاں پر ہمیں وہاں سے میسیج آیا کہ ناؤ وی آر موونگ ٹورڈز کہ ہم ساؤتھ ایشین کنٹریز کا ایک بلاک بنائیں, ایک ہم جو ہے وہ اس کے اوپر کام کریں. تو اگر عوام میں سے جو ہے یہ چیز ہو سکتی ہے, تو اس کا مطلب ہے کہ ہم بہت سارا کچھ کر سکتے ہیں. اگر ہم صرف بائیکاٹ ہی نہ کریں بلکہ اپنے برانڈس کو پروموٹ کریں ان اے وے کہ وہ آگے جا کے کسی بھی آرگنائزیشن کے ساتھ وچ از ورکنگ ویری فائن, جو کہہ لیں کہ ہیومینیٹیرین کرائسس کے اوپر کام کر رہی ہیں, ایڈ کا کام کر رہی ہیں, ان کو وہ اپنے فنڈز میں سے دینا شروع کریں, یعنی اپنے پروفٹ میں سے دینا شروع کریں. یعنی دیر آر پلینٹی آف تھنگس جو ہم جو ہے کر سکتے ہیں عوام کی سطح پر بھی, یعنی لوگوں کی سطح پر بھی, اپنی سوسائٹی کی سطح پر بھی.
Gee, I just saw the question written here, yeah. That do you think that the Palestinian suffering has been normalized, and how do we counter that? Out of the question, there is no question that the Palestinian suffering is not being normalized on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. It is something that is being questioned. Obviously, much more needs to be done, but there's no question. There's no question of normalization.
Thank you so much, all of you, for such powerful thoughts. On behalf of SOT and Beacon House, I would like to thank you and also our audience. And I would want you all to carry this conversation beyond this room. Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 1:50 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the Social Junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mindbind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI and the Future. The SOT event series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is Rima, and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags, hashtag co-creating tomorrow and hashtag SOT 2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a big conversation, which promises to be insightful and engaging. How can media do more programming for peace promotion? Is a collaboration with Phase Festival, and it brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, followed by a Q&A session. I now introduce our moderator for this session, Miss Amna Ali. Miss Amna Ali is a grants management and communication specialist with over 18 years of experience in the development and media sectors. She has worked with UN agencies and international organizations on initiatives promoting social development, gender equality, and cultural heritage. With a master's degree in mass communication, she specializes in using media and strategic communication to advance awareness, inclusion, and peace building. She curated Lahore's successful designation as a UNESCO City of Literature and teaches at the University of the Punjab. Miss Amna frequently moderates discussions on gender, culture, and social change. I now invite Miss Amna Ali to join us on stage.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would now like to invite my panelists on the stage. I would now like to request Ms. Muniza Hashmi. Ms. Muniza Hashmi is the trustee of Faiz Foundation Trust, and she is a senior renowned broadcaster and a media professional. Please join us on stage. Thank you, madam. My second panelist is Ms. Naveed Shehzad. Ms. Naveed Shehzad is a veteran actor. She's an educationist and speaks on gender empowerment for women. And my third panelist needs no introduction, Mr. Asghar Nadeem Sayyed, a dramatist, writer, author, poet, and educationist. Welcome, sir. Today's session is basically on how media can play an effective role in promoting peace. In a world where our screens and news is always surrounded by conflict, division, and sensationalism, the responsibility of media has become greater than ever. Media not only shapes our narratives, but also molds our collective consciousness, our fears, our hopes, and the way we see each other. So the question becomes, is our media playing an effective role to promote harmony, dialogue, and a respect for humanity in our society? Today, I'm honored to have these three panelists on the stage. All of them are recipients of the President's Pride of Performance. So to start off, we'll have a discussion bilingual. कुछ बात उर्दू में करेंगे और कुछ अंग्रेजी में. और सबसे पहला सवाल जो है वो मेरा मिस मुनीज़ा हाशमी से. मैडम, जब आपने अपने करियर का आगाज़ किया कुछ दिहाइयाँ पहले, हम पीटीवी की बात करेंगे, तो तब से लेके अब तक what is the difference between the role of media and the society? क्या relationship है? उस वक्त मीडिया और सोसाइटी का क्या रिलेशनशिप था और अब मीडिया और सोसाइटी का क्या रिलेशनशिप है?
Is this working? Yes. अच्छा, मुझे एक तो सबसे अच्छा लगता है जब मुझे कोई मिस कहता है. Thank you so much. तो मैं मिस नहीं हूँ, मैं मिसेस हूँ. لیکن بہرحال بات ہم کر رہے ہیں تقریباً 60 سال 50 سال پہلے کی، جب میں نے اپنا کام شروع کیا پی ٹی وی کے ساتھ. تو اس وقت there was only one channel, public broadcast channel, which was called PTV. And we were public broadcasters, which in a manner of speaking is public servants. So we were only doing work. اور میرے ساتھ یہ جو دو مہمان بیٹھے ہیں یہ میرے ساتھی اس وقت کے میرے ساتھ ہیں، تو انہیں معلوم ہے کہ اس وقت کا کام یہی ہوتا تھا that basically you were doing work for the public, of the public, etc., with the public. And there is no doubt that we did work, good work, جو آج بھی لوگوں کو یہ بیٹھے ہوئے سامنے ان کو پتہ ہے کہ یاد ہے ان کا. And the society in some sense at that time بہت زیادہ ہمارے ساتھ جڑی ہوئی تھی. ہم دونوں مل کے کام کرتے تھے، ان سے پوچھتے تھے، سمجھتے تھے اور کام کو آگے بڑھاتے تھے. اور اس وقت جہاں تک میں کہہ سکتی ہوں there was no question of raising the eyeballs or raising the viewership or making that. Of course we always had to be popular اور پروگرام اچھا ہونا چاہیے وغیرہ وغیرہ، لیکن یہ ڈیمانڈ نہیں تھی کہ 99% ہمیں کوئی دیکھ رہا ہے یا 80% دیکھ رہا ہے یا 100% دیکھ رہا ہے. ہمارا کام جو ہوتا تھا آبجیکٹیو ہوتا تھا کہ ہم نے یہ کرنا ہے، یہ ضروری ہے اور اس کے لیے کیوں کرنا ہے. سو آئی فیل کہ اس وقت اگر آپ کمپیئر کریں جو شاید میرے جو ساتھی موجود ہیں مختلف چینلز میں، مختلف اس طرح سے جگہوں پہ، the idea and the objective has unfortunately become purely commercial. اب ظاہر ہے پیسے بھی لگتے ہیں، پیسے کمانے بھی ہیں، اور اس وقت سارا وقت یہ لڑائی چل رہی ہوتی ہے کہ تیرا میرا، تیرا پہلے میرا پہلے، تیرا پہلے میرا پہلے. اور اس میں جگہ جگہ سوری ہیلو کوئی آ گیا، کوئی پھڑن آ گیا میں نے. Shall I continue despite this alarm? Thank you. تو اس وقت اب مسئلہ یہ ہو گیا ہے کہ it has become purely commercial, purely competitive. I think, I may be wrong of course, لیکن پھر بھی اچھے کام بھی ہو رہے ہیں، اس کا یہ مطلب نہیں کہ اچھے کام نہیں ہو رہے. So I feel, and this society, I'm not sure if my friends will agree, has been cut into segments. یہ اس کا، یہ اس کا، یہ اس کا، یہ اس کا. تو مجھے یہ محسوس ہوتا ہے. And then so much of it is, I don't like to use the word, but much of the word is fake. Much of the news that you see, or much of the visions that you see, the visuals that you see, اس کی مس انٹرپریٹیشن ہو رہی ہے. تصویر یہ ہے کہ میری اور نوی کی، میں نوی کہتی ہوں ان کو، ہم ذرا سی کوئی بحث کر رہے ہیں تو لوگوں نے اس کو لڑائی سمجھا دیا. میں نے اگر کسی کا ہاتھ پکڑا ہوا ہے تو کچھ اور بات شروع ہو گئی ہے. تو a lot of misconceptions and misrepresentations has begun because of the media and the digital media and the. میں نے آپ کو صحیح بتا دوں، تم نے کہا تھا کہ آپ اپنی ذاتی باتیں بھی کریں، ہے نا، اور مجھے کرتے ہوئے کوئی شرم نہیں آتی. میرے میں یہ بہت قصور ہے جو میرے بچے مجھ سے بہت ناراض ہوتے ہیں یا بہت بولتی ہیں. معذرت کے ساتھ. پرسوں ترسوں میں ایک لنچ پہ گئی ہوئی تھی ایک ریسٹورینٹ میں، اس کا نام نہیں لوں گی، ایک دوست کے ساتھ اور اس کے شوہر کے ساتھ. بڑا مزہ آ رہا تھا، بیٹھے ہوئے گپیں ہو رہی تھی. ان کے 3 بچے، 6 سال کے، 7 سال کے، 8 سال کے. اس ریسٹورینٹ کو ایک پلے گراؤنڈ بنایا ہوا تھا. چیخم داڑ، چیخم داڑ، اتنا کہ میرے ساتھ بیٹھی ہوئی دوست، مجھے اس کی آواز نہیں آ رہی. پتہ نہیں مجھے کیا ہوا اندر سے، میں نے کہا چپ کرو. دے فروز. اچھا چلو اپنے بیٹھو جا کے اپنے ماں باپ کے پاس. چلے گئے. خاموشی ہو گئی. اینڈ وی ہیڈ اے لولی لنچ. ڈر مجھے گھر آ کے اس بات کا لگا کسی نے فلم تو نہیں بنائی تھی. بنائی تھی؟ اچھا تم نے سر مارا میری ڈر. تو اب اس قسم کی باتیں یہ ہو گئی کہ دیکھو ذرا. So, I mean, it has become to this point that the media is being misused, I think, and not promoting peace, but instead of. کتنے لوگوں نے یہاں جو بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں ماننے کو تیار ہیں کہ کتنے آپ کے دوست دنیا کے کسی کونے سے آتے ہیں اور کہتے ہیں یہ ہے پاکستان, ہم نے تو کچھ اور سوچا تھا, ہمیں تو کچھ اور بتایا گیا تھا. So there's so much of wrong impressions being put forward to people about this country, that country, whatever. So that's what I feel, that is, there seem to be now separations happening. There seem to be now, unfortunately, massive kind of, کہہ دیتے ہیں ایسی کیا بات ہے, جنگ ہوئی ہے نا, تو انہوں نے کراچی بھی لے لیا, اسلام آباد بھی لے لیا. یہ میڈیا ہے, یہ آپ کے سامنے ہے. تو look at the wrong impressions that the media is giving. And the society is believing it. Thank you.
میڈم یہیں سے بات تھوڑی سی آگے بڑھاؤں گی. آپ نے پی ٹی وی کی بات کی جب صرف ایک چینل ہوا کرتا تھا, پھر آہستہ آہستہ 2 چینلز ہوئے, پرائیویٹ سیکٹر بیچ میں آیا, اور اب چینلز کی ایک بھرمار ہے. ہمارے پاس ریموٹ کنٹرول, بلکہ ہمارے پاس اب موبائل ہے جس میں ہم ریپیٹ پہ چیزیں دیکھ سکتے ہیں. آؤٹ آف کانٹیکسٹ چیزیں نکلتی ہیں, جس طرح ابھی آپ نے بات کی کہ کسی نے میری ویڈیو تو نہیں بنا لی, وہ تو خیر آگے کی بات ہے. لیکن اگر ہم چینلز کی بات کریں تو جس وقت صرف پی ٹی وی ہوا کرتا تھا تب تو صرف ایک ہی نیریٹو آنا تھا, تب تو کسی قسم کی کوئی دوسری گنجائش نہیں تھی, نہ گنجائش تھی اور نہ کیا جا سکتا تھا. اب ظاہری بات ہے جب پرائیویٹ سیکٹر بیچ میں آیا تو آپ کے پاس بولنے کی گنجائش ہوئی, آپ کو اپنی رائے دینے کی گنجائش ہوئی, اور اس کے اندر بھی پھر ڈفرینٹ ٹینجنٹس بن گئے. اور کرتے کرتے اب جب ہمارے پاس سوشل میڈیا بھی آ چکا ہے تو ہر بندہ اظہار رائے کا حق تو خیر پہلے بھی تھا, لیکن اب تو ایک حق سے زیادہ وہ ایک ہٹ دھرمی ہوتی ہے کہ آپ نے ضرور اپنا پوائنٹ آف ویو دینا ہے, چاہے وہ آپ سے ریلیونٹ چیز ہے یا نہیں ہے. سو ہاؤ ہیز دیٹ افیکٹڈ the tolerance of people in our country?
میں وہی جس طرح ابھی کہہ رہی تھی کہ بلاکس بن گئے ہیں. یہ کس کا بلاک ہے, یہ کس کا بلاک ہے, یہ کس کا بلاک ہے. کچھ پولیٹیکل ہے, کچھ مذہبی طور پہ بھی لوگوں نے ڈویژنس کر لی ہیں, کچھ خواتین کے بلاکس ہیں, کچھ مسوجنسٹ ہیں. So these, unfortunately, what I feel that when we look at our topic of promoting peace, unfortunately the media is being used to divide, not to bring together. اور جب ٹوگیدر ہوتا ہے تو اس میں چونکہ تھوڑا بہت جھوٹ اور سچ ہوتا ہے تو کوئی کہہ بھی رہا ہوتا ہے تو یقین نہیں ہے. ہمارا زمانہ تھا جب لوگ پوچھتے تھے کہاں سنی ہے, تو ہم کہتے تھے بی بی سی سے سنی. جس نے بی بی سی کا نام لیا پتہ لگ گیا سچ, یہ تو سچ ہوگا. اب مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ اب اگر مجھ سے آپ پوچھیں تو میں سیدھا الجزیرہ پہ جاتی ہوں کہ شاید اس طرف سے کوئی غزہ کے اوپر جو گفتگو ہو رہی ہے اس میں تھوڑا بیلنس ہوگا. So now we become sort of divided even in our minds about what is correct, what is not correct, what to accept, what to not accept. کس کا پیچھے سے, sorry to say, مائنڈ نہ کیجیے گا, کس کی ماں پیچھے سے کون ہے, کس کا باپ پیچھے سے کون ہے, کون کہلوا رہا ہے, کون سنوا رہا ہے, کون سن رہا ہے. تو یہ بھی اب اس طرح سے باتیں آ گئی. ایک انسان کی جسے کہتے ہیں نا سچائی کے اوپر, فیلنگ آف آنیسٹی کے اوپر, ٹالرنس کے اوپر بھی ڈاؤٹ آنے لگ گیا کہ کیا یہ جو ٹالرنٹ کر رہے ہیں ان کو اس لیے کر رہے ہیں ان سے کہا گیا ہے کہ کرو, یا اس لیے کر رہے ہیں کہ یہ خود کرنا چاہ رہے ہیں. اب اس وقت بہت سارا کچھ اس قسم کا گڈمٹ سا ہو گیا.
میڈم نوید سے میں اسی ٹاپک کو آگے لے کے جاتے ہوئے سوال کرنا چاہوں گی. میڈم آج کا میڈیا جو ہے جس میں نیوز ہے, ڈبیٹ ہے, پولیٹیکل ڈبیٹ اینڈ سوشل ڈبیٹس, اینڈ دین دا ڈیجیٹل نیریٹو دیٹ از بلٹ بائی دا یوٹیوب, پاپ اپ آف یوٹیوب چینلز آف موسٹ آف دی اینکرز, انہوں نے اپنے ڈیجیٹل میڈیا کے چینلز بھی بنا لیے ہوئے ہیں. ہماری سوسائٹی کے سوشل بیہیویئر کو یہ کہاں لے کے جا رہا ہے؟ کیا ہمیں کرٹیکل تھنکنگ کے اوپر ایک مواد مل رہا ہے اس چیز کے اندر کہ ہم سوچیں, ہم ڈفرینٹ میڈیا پرسپیکٹیوز کو انالائز کریں اور پھر اپنا ڈیسیجن لیں, یا وہ ایسی نیریٹو بلڈنگ ہو رہی ہے کہ وہ ایک ہی طرف جا رہی ہے, جہاں چاہتے ہیں وہ ہمیں مولڈ کر لیتے ہیں؟ ہماری آج کل کی یوتھ جو ہے اس کا کرٹیکل تھنکنگ جو ہے وہ کیسے افیکٹ ہو رہا ہے اس
میڈیا کے رول سے.
دیکھیے سب سے پہلے تو میں بیکن ہاؤس کو مبارکباد پیش کرنا چاہتی ہوں. 50 برس ہو گئے ان کو, اور میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ یہ ایک بہت فخر کی بات ہے سارے ملک کے لیے, کیونکہ بیکن ہاؤس کا اسٹیمپ جو ہے وہ نہ صرف ان کا جو لوگو ہے جو کہ ایک بیکن کا ہے, مگر واقعی انہوں نے پہل کی ہے بہت سے ایجوکیشنل ڈائریکشنز میں. آئی تھنک دیٹ مسٹ بی اپریشیٹ. اسی ضمن میں عرض کروں کہ 2002 میں جب بیکن ہاؤس نیشنل یونیورسٹی شروع ہوئی تھی تو میں نے ملک کا سب سے پہلا ڈپارٹمنٹ آف تھیٹر, فلم اینڈ ٹیلی ویژن اسٹیبلش کیا تھا. اب یہ جو سوال آپ اٹھا رہی ہیں کہ ینگ لوگ اور میڈیا, ان کا آپس میں رشتہ, اور جیسے میزو نے کہا کہ پہلے ایک زمانے میں ہم BBC کو سمجھتے تھے کہ بھائی سچائی تو صرف یہی چینل بتاتا ہے, اب ہم الجزیرہ کی طرف ہو گئے. اس میں بہت سی پیچیدگیاں ہیں. ایک تو دنیا اتنی رفتار سے تبدیل ہو رہی ہے, دوسرا یہ کہ اتنے ذرائع اب ہر شخص کے پاس ہیں کہ وہ اپنا سچ خود ڈسکور کر سکے. سب سے بڑی بات یہ ہے کہ آپ سچ ڈھونڈنے کے لیے آپ کون کون سے ایسے ڈائریکشنز ڈھونڈتے ہیں. فار ایگزامپل جیسے میزو نے کہا کہ کچھ ریلیجس چینلز ہیں. اب میں خود سمجھتی ہوں کہ ہر ایک کو حق ہے کہ وہ اپنا اوپینین ایئر کرے, ایک شرط کے ساتھ, اس میں ہیٹ کا میسج نہ ہو, اس میں ڈیوائسونیس نہ ہو, جو کہ بہت ہی ایک خطرناک بات. دیکھیے جہاں PTV کا ذکر آتا ہے, اور میں چونکہ پائنیئر ہوں along with میزو, ہم نے تو شروع سے اس کے ساتھ کام کیا. PTV کا معاملہ بالکل مختلف ہے کیونکہ PTV ایک اسٹیٹ آرگن ہے. اس لیے جو سرکار چاہتی ہے کہ یہ سوچ جو ہے وہ سوسائٹی میں جائے, وہ اس کے ذریعے کیا کرتی. اب بات یہ نہیں ہے. جنرل مشرف نے جس وقت میڈیا کو اوپن کر دیا اور چینلز کو اجازت مل گئی, تو پھر وہ جسے کہتے ہیں اٹ واز اے فری فار آل, جس کا جی چاہے جو چاہے وہ کہہ دے. بڑی اچھی بات ہے, ڈیموکریٹک ہونا چاہیے, ہر ایک کی بات سوچنی چاہیے, ڈائلاگ ہونا چاہیے. آپ نے یہ بات کی, میں یہ بات کہتی ہوں, لیکن اس میں ایک بہت خطرناک ایک پہلو بھی ہے. آپ پیش کیا کر رہے ہیں؟ اب آپ لوگ مجھے بتائیے کہ آپ نے کوئی ایسا ڈرامہ دیکھا ہے جس میں ہیرو یا ہیروئن کام کرتی ہوئی نظر آتی ہے, کسی کو پسینہ آتا ہے کہ اس نے کام کیا ہے. صرف لیپ ٹاپ کھول کر اینک اتارنا اور اینک نیچے رکھ دینے سے یہ پروو نہیں ہوتا کہ آپ کام کرتے ہیں. خواتین کو کبھی کبھار دکھایا جاتا ہے کہ وہ ایک چھری لے کر کوئی گاجر واجر کاٹ رہی ہیں یا کچھ, لیکن خواتین تو بہت کام کرتی ہیں. اس لیے میں سب سے پہلے میڈیا, اور میڈیا سے میری مراد ویژول میڈیا سے ہے. I haven't even started talking about social media کیونکہ وہ ایک اور بلا کا نام ہے. ڈرامہ جسے میں اور آپ بہت اپنے دل کے قریب سمجھتے ہیں, کیونکہ ہم ویسے ڈرامہ والے لوگ ہیں, ہم ہر چیز میں ڈرامہ ڈھونڈتے ہیں. تو اگر ہمیں بیٹھے بٹھائے گھر میں ڈرامہ نظر آ جائے تو آبویسلی ہم اس کی پیروی کریں گے. لیکن وہ آپ کیا دیکھ رہے ہیں؟ آپ کا ملازم بھی وہی دیکھ رہا ہے, آپ بھی وہی دیکھ رہے ہیں, آپ کے بڑے بھی یہی دیکھ رہے ہیں, آپ کے بچے بھی یہی دیکھ رہے ہیں. استاد, طالب علم, پان والا, رکشے والا, سب کے سب وہی ایک چیز دیکھ رہے ہیں. اب ذمہ داری کس کی ہے؟ نمبر 1 لکھنے والے کی. اس کی کیا سوچ ہے, وہ کیا پیغام پہنچانا چاہتا ہے, وہ کیا کہنا چاہتا ہے. نمبر 2 ڈائریکٹر, وہ اس کو کیسے پیش کرتا ہے. اگر بالفرض نے دکھانا ہے کہ جی ایک بہت ہی محنتی انسان ہے, بڑا ہی آنیسٹ ہے, غریب ہے, غریب پرور بھی ہے اور بڑا ہی رحم دل آدمی ہے, تو ظاہر ہے ڈائریکٹر اس کو ایسے سینز میں زیادہ اجاگر کرے گا یہ ساری کوالٹیز. لیکن اگر وہ کوالٹیز کی صرف بات ہو اور دکھایا نہ جائے تو اس کا کوئی اثر نہیں. کیونکہ آپ ٹیلی ویژن جب دیکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں تو آپ کو پیاس بھی لگتی ہے, آپ اٹھ کر پانی بھی پینے چلے جاتے ہیں. کوئی آ گیا تو آپ نے چائے بھی بنا دی, چلغوزے آئے ہیں تو وہ بھی آپ نے چھیلنے شروع کر دیے. تو ڈسٹریکشنز بہت ہوتی ہیں آج کل ڈرامہ دیکھنے میں. اب یہ ڈسٹریکشنز جو ہیں یہ ڈرامے کی ساری جو نفس ہے وہ بہت ڈسٹرب کرتی ہے. اس لیے سب سے زیادہ ذمہ داری میں سمجھتی ہوں لکھنے والے کی, اس کے بعد ڈائریکٹر کی اور پھر ایکٹر کی. اب آپ مجھے بتائیے کہ اگر آپ پیش کر رہے ہیں ایک ہیروئن جو ایک غریب گھرانے سے تعلق رکھتی ہے اور وہ ہر سین میں آتی ہے ود بلو ڈرائیڈ ہیئر اینڈ فل میک اپ, تو کریڈیبلٹی تو ختم ہو گئی نا. تو پھر سچ اس میں کہاں کا رہ گیا؟ ایک زمانہ تھا, مجھے یاد ہے کہ اتنی سینسرشپ ہوتی تھی ٹیلی ویژن پر, یہ اس وقت کی میں بات کر رہی ہوں جب صرف ایک ٹیلی ویژن چینل ہوا کرتا تھا. تو اگر آپ سو کر بھی اٹھے ہیں تو آپ کے سر پہ دوپٹہ ہے اور آپ کے بال بنے ہوئے ہیں. اس قسم کی فضول چیزیں بھی اسٹیٹ ایمفسائز کیا کرتی تھی. اب اس سے کافی ہٹ کر کچھ اور چیزیں آ گئی ہیں جو پھر بھی کریڈیبلٹی کو بہت ڈیمیج کرتی. اب جو میں نے بات شروع کی تھی کہ سوچ اور سچ یہ دونوں ساتھ ملے تو ہی میڈیا پراثر ثابت ہو. اور یہ افسوس سے کہنا پڑتا ہے کہ یہ نہیں ہو رہا, کیونکہ صرف عشق نہیں ہے ہماری زندگی میں ایک مصیبت, اور بہت سی مصیبتیں ہیں. میزو کے والد نے یہ لکھ رکھا ہے, اور اگر آپ تھوڑا سا فیض پڑھیں تو آپ دیکھیں گے کہ اور بھی ہیں غم زمانے میں محبت کے سوا. تو یہ بھی ہمیں سوچنا چاہیے. کیوں ہم یہ نہیں دکھاتے کہ ایک بچے کی خواہش ہے کہ وہ سائیکل خریدے؟ کیوں یہ چھوٹی چھوٹی کہانیاں ہم نہیں دکھاتے؟ یہی تو زندگی ہے. مالی کا بیٹا جو اسکول جانے کے لیے ترستا ہے لیکن روز صبح اپنے باپ کے ساتھ جیسے ہی سورج چڑھتا ہے وہ آ کر آپ کے بوٹوں کو تو پانی دیتا ہے, لیکن اس بوٹے کو پانی دینے والا کوئی نہیں. تو اس قسم کی باتیں جو ہیں یہ باشعور آڈینسز کو سوچنی چاہیے, دیکھنی چاہیے اور ان کی خواہش کرنی چاہیے.
تھینک یو میڈم. آپ نے سارا جو وزن ہے اور ساری ذمہ داری وہ لکھاری پر ڈال دی کہ رائٹر کا بہت بڑا کام ہے اس کے اندر. تو اصغر صاحب آپ سے جب میں سوال کروں گی, جو میں نے پہلے ہی سوچا تھا لیکن میڈم نوید کی بات سے وہ اس کو ذرا تھوڑی سی زیادہ وقت مل جاتی ہے, کہ رائٹر کی بہت بڑی ذمہ داری ہے اس میں. اور آپ نے ایک زمانے میں بہت ایسے پلیز لکھے, چاند گرہن تھا اس کے اندر, غلام گردش تھا, ریاست تھا. میں کل سرچ کر رہی تھی کیونکہ مجھے یہ یاد ہے کہ ہمارے بچپن میں 8 بجے کا ٹائم جو ڈرامے کا ٹائم ہوتا تھا وہ ریلیجسلی ہم نے بیٹھ کے دیکھنا ہوتا تھا اپنے والدین کے ساتھ, اور پی ٹی وی کے ڈراموں کو ہمیشہ اس کے اوپر اہمیت دی جاتی تھی. آئی ریممبر کہ ایک ڈرامہ آتا تھا, آئی تھنک این ٹی ایم تھا اس وقت چینل, اور وہاں پہ ایک ڈرامہ پڑوسی کے نام سے آتا تھا, اور اسی ٹائم کے اوپر دن جو ڈرامہ ہے وہ پی ٹی وی پہ لگتا تھا. ہم سارے بچے جو ہیں وہ انسسٹ کرتے تھے کہ ہم نے پڑوسی دیکھنا ہے کیونکہ ذرا وہ لائٹ ڈرامہ تھا, اور ہمارے والد صاحب کا انسسٹنس ہوتی تھی کہ نہیں لگے گا تو دن لگے گا, کیونکہ وہ ایک سوشل ایشو کے اوپر ڈرامہ تھا, اور چاہے ہمیں سمجھ آتا تھا یا نہیں آتا تھا, اب جا کے اس کی اہمیت کا اندازہ ہوتا ہے کہ وہ کتنی ضروری باتیں تھیں جو اس ٹائم پہ ہم نے دیکھیں اور سنی. سر, میڈم کی بات کو آگے لے جاتے ہوئے کہ رائٹرز پہ بہت بڑی ذمہ داری ہے, اور اس ٹائم پہ بھی ایون اسٹیٹ چینل پہ بھی سینسرشپ ہوتی تھی, اس کے باوجود بہت کچھ ایسا لکھا جاتا تھا اور دکھایا جاتا تھا جو شاید اب نہیں دکھایا جا سکتا. کیا ایسا ہے؟ کیا اب رائٹرز کے پاس اتنی لبرٹی ہے کہ جو وہ دکھانا چاہتے ہیں وہ لکھ سکیں اور وہ دکھایا جا سکے؟
دیکھیے, تھینک یو ویری مچ. پہلے تو بیکن ہاؤس کا میں بہت مشکور ہوں, جیسے میڈم نوید شہزاد نے کہا, میں بھی اس کا حصہ رہا, اور یقیناً ان کا سفر بہت شاندار ہے, اور اس حوالے سے یہ جو آپ کی ڈسکشن ہے یقیناً ایک نئے زاویوں کے ساتھ ہے. تو پہلی بات میں وہ جواب کنکلوڈ کر دوں کہ آج رائٹرز نہیں لکھ رہے, رائٹرز نما ہیں, رائٹرز کی طرح کے لوگ ہیں, یہ ہم کہہ سکتے ہیں, لیکن جو لٹریری ویلیوز کے ساتھ رائٹرز گروم ہوتے تھے یہ وہ نہیں ہے. سمپل سی بات ہے, کیوں کہ میڈیا بھی جیپرڈائز ہو چکا ہے, کمپرومائز ہو چکا ہے, اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ کمرشلی اس کے اپنے مسائل آ چکے ہیں, لہٰذا اس پہ بحث کرنا اس وقت میں نہیں سمجھتا کہ ہم اپنا وقت اس کو دیں. تو میں اس میں کوئی شرمندہ یا میں اس میں کوئی نہیں سمجھتا کوئی نوسٹالجک کہ جی ہمارا دور تھا تو بڑا ہو گیا. اوکے, وہ زمانہ گزر گیا, اچھا گزرا. اس وقت اس طرح کے جو چینجز ہیں میڈیا میں یہ نہیں آئے تھے, تو سفر گزر گیا, اچھی بات ہے. اب وہ لیگیسی ہے, اوکے, اس کو جو دیکھنا چاہے جیسے چاہے اس کو انٹرپریٹ کر سکتا ہے. جہاں تک آج کے سوال کا تعلق ہے تو سچ بات یہ ہے کہ وہی رائٹر والی بات ہے, تو میں رائٹر ہی پہ آ رہا ہوں. بات یہ ہے کہ اس وقت نہ معاملہ پی ٹی وی کا ہے نہ چینلز کا ہے, اس وقت گلوبل آؤٹ ریچ کا ہے, اس وقت گلوبل کنسنسس کا ہے. اس وقت ٹرمپ جب چاہتا ہے جس طرح کا امن چاہتا ہے اس طرح کا لے آتا ہے, ٹھیک ہے. وہ جس طرح کی میڈیا مینوپولیشن چاہتے ہیں ویسی ہو جاتی ہے. تو یہ کوئی چھوٹی بات تو نہیں ہے. اب اس کے پیچھے کچھ باتیں ہیں, معافی چاہتا ہوں, میں ایک دو باتیں کروں گا. تو اب پیس سے مراد کیا ہے, ری ڈیفائن کریں نا پیس کو. کیا قبرستان کی خاموشی ہے؟ تو وہ تو ٹرمپ نے کر کے دکھا دی تھی کہ دس از پیس, تو وہ تو قبرستان کی خاموشی تھی. باقی رہ گیا میڈیا. تو میڈیا کیا آزاد ہے؟ کیا میڈیا خود مختار ہے؟ کیا میڈیا کی پسند ناپسند ہے؟ میں نہیں سمجھتا ایسا ہے. اس لیے کہ جب ڈیموکریسی ہائیبریڈ ہے, جب بہت ساری چیزیں ہائیبریڈ ہیں, تو یہ کون سا کوئی آسمان سے اتری ہوئی چیز ہے کہ جس کے بارے میں آپ پوتر ہو کے آپ بات کریں گے کہ جی یہ تو بہت ہی کمال کی چیز ہے؟ ایسا نہیں ہے, ایسا نہیں ہے. اس طرح کی بات ہمیں سمجھ لینی چاہیے. میں آپ کو دو تین چھوٹی چھوٹی مثالیں دیتا ہوں رائٹرز کی, کیونکہ رائٹرز کی بات ہوئی ہے. تو 1950 دوسری جنگ عظیم ختم ہو چکی ہے, تو ولیم فاکنر بہت بڑا ناولسٹ, اس کو نوبل انعام ملا. اس نے جو نوبل کا خطبہ دیا اس کی پہلی لائن دیکھیں. ایک بندے کو نوبل مل رہا ہے, اس کو تو خوشی سے چھلانگیں لگانی چاہیے, اس کو تو خوش ہونا چاہیے. مگر کوٹ ان کوٹ اس کا پہلا جملہ ہے کہ آئی ایم افریڈ. یہ پہلا جملہ ہے, میں خوفزدہ ہوں. کہ کس لیے خوفزدہ ہوں؟ کہ کچھ انویزیبل ہاتھ ایسے ہیں جو انسان تک پہنچ رہے ہیں, اور مجھے خوف ہے کہ ایک وقت آئے گا انسان بہت بری طرح اس میں پھنس چکا ہوگا, اور میں اس کے لیے بالکل تیار نہیں ہوں. یہ ولیم فاکنر. اس کے فوراً بعد یا اس کے آس پاس آپ کے سامنے ہے, کافکا کو کہنا پڑا کہ میں ایک رات انسان کی شکل میں سویا, اگلی صبح میں نے کیکڑے کی شکل میں کی. اب یہ انڈیکیٹرز ہیں کہ کس طریقے سے چیزیں بدلنا میٹامورفسس ہونا شروع ہو گیا تھا. اب اس کے بہت بعد میں ایک بندہ آتا ہے, اس کا نام ہے مارکیز, اور وہ 100 ایئرز آف سالیچیوڈ لکھتا ہے. تو اب تو نیٹ فلکس پہ پڑی ہیں 10 ایپیسوڈ اس کی, آپ اٹھا کے دیکھ لیں وہ کیا انٹرپریٹ کر رہا ہے. اس نے واشگاف طریقے سے بتا دیا اپنے ناول میں کہ انسان چین میں ہے, اور اس کو جو زنجیریں ڈالے گا وہ کون ہے؟ وہ تہذیب کی چکا چوند, وہ تہذیب کے نام پر اس کو غلام بنایا جائے گا, اس کو انصاف کے نام پہ غلام بنایا جائے گا. یہ میں نہیں کہہ رہا, یہ آپ دیکھ لیں گے اس کے اندر ہے. ایڈمنسٹریشن کے نام پر, پولیس کے نام پر اس کو جپرڈائز کیا جائے گا, اور انسان نہیں رہے گا. خیر, یہ تو ایک اکاؤنٹ ہے, اس میں اور بے شمار دنیا ہے جو بات کرتی ہے اور کرے گی. میرا پوائنٹ اس وقت یہ ہے کہ کون کہتا ہے کہ ہندوستان میں جمہوریت ہے؟ کون کہتا ہے کہ ان کا میڈیا جو ہے اچھی بات کی منیزہ ہاشمی, بھائی وہ بھی میڈیا تیار کیا گیا ہے ذہنوں کو بدلنے کے لیے. تمام سرمایہ داروں نے وہ چینلز اون کر رہے تھے, انہوں نے مل کے پلاننگ کی کہ ہمیں ایک ایسا بندہ چاہیے جو ہماری سرمایہ داری نظام اور گلوبلائزیشن کو آگے لے جائے. تو اس کے لیے انہوں نے مینپولیٹ کیا 1.5 ارب کی آبادی کو, اور وہ ہو گئے. خیر, یہ اتنی سمپل بات نہیں ہے, لیکن اس وقت نہیں ہے وقت کہ میں اس کی پوری اس میں ڈیٹیل میں جاؤں, لیکن میں اپنی بات کو اس پہ لانا چاہ رہا ہوں جو آج کا آپ کا سوال ہے. دیکھیں, آج کے اس سوال میں ان چیزوں کو سامنے رکھتے ہوئے یہ دیکھنا چاہیے کہ ہماری اس ملک کے اندر کسی نے پرواہ کی کہ کوئی چینل دیکھ رہا ہے یا نہیں دیکھ رہا, یا قیدی 804 کیوں اس کے گرد باتیں ہو رہی ہیں, کیوں ہو رہی ہیں؟ کسی نے آج تک یہ سوچا کہ انہوں نے کہا ٹھیک ہے جی ہم نے کاٹ کے رکھ دیا, اب یہ دیکھنا چاہو دیکھ لو, یہی ہے, اوکے ہو گئی بات, کوئی بات نہیں, اس میں بھی کوئی غلط بات نہیں ہے, انہوں نے ایک فیصلہ کر لیا, اوکے. اب سوال یہ پیدا ہوتا ہے کہ کیا ہم اس پوری گلوبل کانسپریسی کا حصہ ہیں جس میں امریکہ کس طرح مینپولیٹ کر رہا ہے, وسط ایشیا کس طرح مینپولیٹ کر رہا ہے, عرب ورلڈ کس طرح مینپولیٹ کر رہی. دیکھیں, ٹیسٹ کیٹ غزہ تھا اور کوئی ٹیسٹ کیس نہیں تھا اس ملک میں, اس دنیا میں. سو اس سے ہمیں آپ کو انڈیکیٹرز دیکھ لینے چاہیے, اور کوئی میں بات نہیں کرنا چاہتا فالتو کہ انڈیکیٹرز آپ دیکھ لیں تو اس میں ہمارا ڈرامہ بیچارہ تو کہیں ٹھہرتے ہی نہیں ہے, کہیں اس کی تو کوئی اوقات ہی نہیں ہے, کیونکہ بڑے سوالات پیدا ہو چکے ہیں. ان سوالات سے بڑے کہ جی اس کو طلاق کیوں ہوئی, یا اس کی منگنی اس جگہ کیوں نہیں ہوئی, یہ سوالات نہیں ہیں. سوالات تو اس سے کہیں زیادہ ہماری ایگزسٹنس کے ہیں, ہماری اپنی زندگی کو جو درپیش چیزیں ہیں اس سے ہیں. سو میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ ایک اپرچونٹی ہے جو آپ نے انیشیٹ کیا ہے کہ یہ ڈائلاگ, تو اس کے تحت ہمیں یہ اپنے جو چھوٹے چھوٹے میڈیا ہاؤسز ہیں ان کو بھی دیکھ لینا چاہیے کہ یہ بیچارے کس طریقے سے سروائیو کر رہے ہیں اور کیسے کر رہے ہیں.
جی پلیز میم.
میں بالکل جو انہوں نے کہا اس کی تائید کرتی ہوں کہ یہ ایک گلوبل فنومینا ہے, اور یہ ایک اژدہا کی طرح ہمیں اپنی لپیٹ میں لیے ہوئے ہے, اور صرف ایک چیز کو ذمہ دار ٹھہرانا بالکل غلط ہے. سب سے جو اہم بات وہ یہ ہے کہ میڈیا جس کسی شکل میں بھی ہو, وہ پڑھا لکھا انسان بھی دیکھ رہا ہے اور وہ ان پڑھ بھی دیکھ رہا ہے. اور اگر آپ دنیا کی اسٹیٹسٹکس دیکھیں تو ان پڑھ پڑھے لکھے لوگوں سے کہیں زیادہ ہے. اس لیے میں بار بار اس چیز کو ایمفسائز کروں گی کہ جو بھی کانٹینٹ میڈیا پر جائے, خواہ وہ ڈرامے کی شکل اختیار کرے, خواہ وہ خبروں میں جائے, خواہ وہ کوئی اور ٹک ٹاک, انسٹا پہ کوئی بھی شکل اختیار کرے, جو بھی وہ کانٹینٹ ڈال رہا ہے اس کو اس چیز کا اندازہ ضرور ہونا چاہیے کہ اس کی آڈینس ہیٹروجینس ہے. ایک چیز نہیں کہ کہ آپ ایک ہی سوچ دیں اور وہ اس کو ریسیو کر لے گی. کیونکہ اگر آپ کی آڈینس جو ہے وہ ایک ڈائیورس ورائٹی کی ہے تو ہر شخص اپنی عقل اور اپنی سوچ کے مطابق جو خبر سنے گا یا جو ڈرامہ دیکھے گا اس کو اپنی عقل کے مطابق انٹرپریٹ کرے گا. اب یہ خطرناک بات ہے. I am all for freedom of thought. I am all for freedom of expression. These are our basic human rights. But as long as they do not create divisiveness. دیکھیں دنیا کو ساری کو اکٹھا کرنا ہے. گلوبل ولیج کی ہم بات کرتے ہیں کہ جی ہم ایک دوسرے کے نزدیک آتے چلے جا رہے ہیں. دوسری طرف آپ یہ ایک خوفناک لہر دیکھ رہے ہیں جس میں نزدیکی تو کیا دوری بھی ایسی ہو رہی ہے کہ ایک خوفناک قسم کی ہے. اس لیے یہ بہت ہی اہم سوال ہے کہ میڈیا کی کیا ذمہ داری ہے, میڈیا کو کیا کہنا چاہیے اور کیا نہیں کہنا چاہیے, خاص طور پر اس چیز کو دیکھتے ہوئے کہ کتنا ان پڑھ انسان اسے دیکھ رہا ہے. پاکستان میں لٹریسی ریٹس جو ہیں وہ آپ کو پتہ ہے دے آر ایبسمل, اور صرف اپنا نام لکھ لینے سے میں اس شخص کو پڑھا لکھا نہیں سمجھتی. آئی ایم سوری اگر کسی کو برا لگے, لیکن وہ اور صرف کاغذ پر ڈگری حاصل کرنے سے بھی میں نہیں سمجھتی کہ آپ اس شخص کو پڑھا لکھا کہہ سکتے ہیں, کیونکہ یہ بھی درست نہیں ہے. باہر کہنے کا مطلب یہ ہے اور مختصراً یہ ہے, وہی جو بات میں نے شروع میں کی تھی, سوچ اور سچ. دیکھیے ڈرامہ سوچنے پہ کم اور فیلنگ پر زیادہ اثر انداز ہوتا ہے. سو اٹس دا فیلنگ دیٹ یو ہیو ٹو لک ایٹ. انصاف کیا چیز ہے, کیا یہ انصاف ہوا یا نہیں ہوا, آپ جانور کو کیسے ٹریٹ کرتے ہیں. دیز آر آل لیٹنٹ subterranean ways of learning, and media really in that sense is a huge educational tool. But this educational tool is political. آپ نے بات کی ٹرمپ کی. These are all enormously powerful states of being which are on a collision course with each other. تو یہ جو ریلیز کرتے ہیں یا جو ٹرمپ فوری طور پر ٹویٹر پر لکھ دیتے ہیں یا واٹ ایور, یہ بڑی نامناسب بات ہیں, بیکاز ہی از دا پریزیڈنٹ آف دا موسٹ پاورفل کنٹری ان دی انٹائر ورلڈ, اینڈ اف ہی از ریکلیس then why should anybody else be bothered. دوسرا یہ ہے کہ جب آپ اتنی بڑی لیول پر بات کرتے ہیں then you have to look at another question altogether, which is the shadow behind Trump. And that is a very dangerous shadow, because that is, and I'm talking of ACNAC, the Jewish lobby, which not only gives enormous amounts of money to tackle what media puts across. See, news is being bought all the time. BBC کی بات ہوئی تھی, BBC نے کس قدر اسکینڈل کریٹ کیا ہے, دو مختلف ٹیپس میں سے جوائن کر کے ٹرمپ کی اسپیچ اور ایک اور ہی تاثر دینے کی کوشش کی ہے جو کہ پکڑی گئی ہے. So you have to look at that also. Media has a responsibility. You cannot escape that.
Would you like to add something?
I'd just like to add something.
Excuse me. Hello.
ظاہر ہے میرے ساتھیوں نے باتیں بہت اچھی کی ہیں, اور میں صرف اتنا کہنا چاہوں گی کیونکہ میرا تعلق پی ٹی وی سے 40-45 سالوں کا رہا اور میں ایڈمنسٹریشن میں بھی رہی, تو یہ کہنا بے شک ابھی جو نیوی نے بات کی کہ رائٹر, ڈائریکٹر, ایکٹر, لیکن میرا یہ ہمیشہ سے میری ہمیشہ سے یہ لڑائی رہی ہے کہ جو ڈیسیژن میکرز، جو پالیسی میکرز ہوتے ہیں، جب تک وہ آپ کے ساتھ نہیں جڑے ہوئے آپ کچھ نہیں. بات بھی ہوئی ہے اور وہ سٹارٹ ہوتا ہے آپ کے رائٹر سے وغیرہ وغیرہ. لیکن اٹ از جب ہم میڈیا کی بات کرتے ہیں لیٹ us look at the media heads, the people who are running those media houses. ان کا جو دماغ ہے، ان کی جو سوچ، اس کو بدلنا کوئی آسان. اتنے سال میں نے بہت سے جرنلسٹ کو، بہت سے میڈیا کے لوگوں کو، پروڈیوسرز کو، رائٹرز کو ٹرین کیا، گفتگو کی، کیونکہ میرا سبجیکٹ جینڈر امپاورمنٹ رہا. میک شیور دیٹ دیر از جینڈر امپاورمنٹ. اور ہر دفعہ مجھے یہی کہا جاتا تھا کہ میڈم ہم لکھ کے دیتے ہیں، آئیڈیا دیتے ہیں، لیکن آگے سننے والا کون ہے، آگے ماننے والا کون ہے، اس کا جو دماغ ہے وہ دماغ اس طرف ہے، میری بات تو وہ سننے کو تیار نہیں. تو آئی تھنک اس وقت جو بات کر رہی ہیں اجی نے بھی کی، نیوی نے بھی کی، ظاہر ہے ٹرمپ کی. So we have to look at the, first of all, the world scenario, and then after that, we come to the national scenario. جو ابھی شاہ جی نے بات کی کہ میں انڈیا کی بات کی، جو میں نے ذکر بھی کیا. تو یہ ساری کی ساری جو میڈیا ہے is manipulated, as we all know, for their own interest. اور اس میں ایک واحد یہ، ایک واحد وہ، ایک واحد میں، ایک واحد آپ کچھ بھی کر لیں. لیکن کیونکہ میں فیض کی بیٹی ہوں، میرا ایمان ہے کہ یہ عوام ہی آگے لے کے چلے گا. بول بول کے لب آزاد ہیں تیرے. میں چونکہ اس پہ یقین کرتی ہوں، میں یہ سمجھتی ہوں آپ جو سب لوگ بیٹھے ہیں، اگر آپ میں سے ایک بندہ بھی ہماری بات پہ کنونس ہو جائے تو وہ اگر 2 کو کر لے، 2 4 کو کر لیں، 4 6 کو کر لیں، اسی طرح بات پھیلتی ہے. اور ایسا نہیں ہو سکتا کہ کوئی تبدیلی نہ آئے. یہی بات ہم، جیسے یہ دونوں میرے ساتھی بیٹھے ہیں، تینوں بلکہ، ہم فیض فیسٹیول میں کرتے ہیں. اور میں آپ سب لوگوں کو دعوت دیتی ہوں 13 14 فروری الحمرہ میں 10واں فیض فیسٹیول ہو رہا ہے. اس میں آپ سب لوگوں کی شمولیت ہمارے لیے باعث مسرت ہوگی، باعث فخر بھی ہوگی. وہاں پہ جو ہزاروں لوگ آتے ہیں، سب مجھ سے پوچھتے ہیں آپ کیا باتیں وہاں ہوتی ہیں، کی کرتے ہو تم؟ اب صرف انگریزی اردو تک کی تھی، میں پنجابی بولوں؟
ہاں جی.
اچھا، وہ تو کی گلاں ہوندیاں کی تسی وقت ہے. دیکھیں، اور ہمارا یہ یقین ہے، یہ بیٹھے ہیں میرے ساتھ، یہ 10 سال سے ہمارے ساتھ فیسٹیولز کر رہے ہیں. ایک بھی شخص، ایک بھی اب اس وقت نوجوان ہے، 60% نوجوان ہے ہمارے. ایک بھی نوجوان لڑکا یا لڑکی تھوڑا سا سوچ بدل کے جائے، یہ بات تو ٹھیک ہو رہی تھی، یہ بات تو ٹھیک ہو رہی تھی، تو ہمارے لیے کافی ہے. کیونکہ وہ ایک بندہ 2 کے ساتھ، 2 کے دیکھیں، مجھ سے لوگوں نے بہت محبت سے اور پیار سے کہا تھا. بہت پیاری میری والدہ کی دوست تھی طاہرہ مظہر علی خان، اللہ ان کی مغفرت کرے. وہ مجھ سے کہتی تھی ریولوشن یہ اس طرح جو تم کہتے ہو کہ کب آئے گا، فیض صاحب سے پوچھتے تھے جا کے، سر انقلاب کب آئے گا؟ تو آگے سے کہتے تھے ہم ہی نے لانا ہے، تم بھی لاؤ گے، کچھ کرو نا. تو ابھی تک ان کی بات جو ہے وہ وہیں کھڑی ہے، کچھ نہیں کر رہے تم لوگ. لیکن یہ ہے کہ ہم سب نے مل کے، جب یہ باتیں ہو رہی ہیں، ہم سب نے مل کے یہ تبدیلی لانی ہے کہ ہم نے کھڑے ہو کے، اور ہم ہی لوگ جن کی بات ابھی نیوی نے کی ہے، ہم ہی ان ڈراموں کو ایکسیپٹ کرتے ہیں، تالیاں مارتے ہیں اور کہتے ہیں بڑا اچھا تھا، بڑا اچھا تھا. یہ صاحب جو میرے ساتھ بیٹھے ہیں، ان سے پوچھیں کہ جب یہ ڈرامہ لکھ کے لاتے تھے تو کتنا میں ان کے سر پہ سوار ہوتی تھی کہ شاہ جی یہ جملہ بدلیں، یہ جملہ بدلیں، یہ ٹھیک نہیں ہے، ایسے نہیں ہم نے کرنا. بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. تو یہ جب تک آپ کا جو پرسن انچارج ہے، جو بھی ہے، جب تک اس کا مائنڈ سیٹ ٹھیک نہیں ہوگا، آپ کچھ تبدیلی نہیں لا سکتے. کوشش کر سکتے ہیں، لیکن پھر بھی کوشش جائز ہے. تو اس لیے میں یہ سمجھتی ہوں کہ میڈیا پروموشن آف پیس کی آپ بات کر رہے ہیں. پیس تو اس دنیا میں شاید میری زندگی میں تو شاید مجھے نظر نہ آئے، لیکن ایک امید تو ہے نا کہ یہ آئے گی، جو بھی ہوگی. تو اس کے لیے ایک کاوش، ایک کوشش ایک ہمت کرتے رہنا چاہیے. اور جب میڈیا کا نام لیتے ہیں تو میڈیا اتنی مختلف شکلوں میں آ گئی ہے کہ وہ پکڑی نہیں جاتی. جیسے کہتے ہیں اس کی اتنی دمیں ہیں کہ وہ چھپکی کی ایک چھپکلی کی ایک دم مارو تو اس کو پکڑی نہیں جاتی وہ. تو اس لیے آپ کی کوشش یہ رہنی چاہیے کہ کم از کم جو چیز آپ کو پسند نہ آئے اس کو ڈینائی کریں, اس کے خلاف بولیں, اس کو کم کریں جو کچھ بھی ہے, تاکہ ان کے جو ہمتیں ہیں وہ اوپر تک نہ جائیں, ان کے پیسے نہ بڑھیں, ان کی آئی بالز نہ بڑھیں, وہ اپنے آپ کروڑوں روپے ان کے نہ بنیں. تو اسی طرح کام ہوگا جو کہ بہت دور ہے, لیکن پھر بھی کوشش ہماری جاری رہے گی. ہم یہاں بیٹھے رہیں گے, بولتے رہیں گے کہ شاید کوئی ایک شخص بیٹھ کے یہ بات سن کے چلا جائے.
میزو, may I just add to what you are saying? دیکھیے, آپ بات کر رہی ہیں کمرشلزم اور کنزیومرزم کی. یہ ہم سب جانتے ہیں کہ وی آر کنزیومر سوسائٹیز اور وی آر کیپٹلسٹ سوسائٹیز, لیکن وہ جو انقلاب کی آپ نے بات کی وہ ایک شخص کے ساتھ ہی شروع ہوتا ہے, ایک ہی سوچ کے ساتھ شروع ہوتی ہے. اب میں نہیں جانتی آپ لوگوں میں سے کتنے لوگوں نے وہ فلسطینی فلم دیکھی ہے جس کو اکیڈمی ایوارڈ بھی ملا ہے, اور پھر اس کے پروڈیوسر پر حملہ بھی ہوا, وہ بہت بری طرح انجر بھی ہوا, لیکن اس فلم نے تہلکہ مچا دیا کیونکہ ایک فلسطینی لڑکا ہے اور دوسرا یہودی لڑکا ہے. دونوں نے مل کر وہ فلم بنائی ہے, اور میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ ایسی چیزوں کو ہمیں اور بھی فروغ دینا چاہیے, انہیں اور جگہوں پر دکھانا چاہیے. دیکھیے, میڈیا کی جب ہم بات کرتے ہیں ہم صرف چینلز کی بات نہیں کر رہے. آپ دیکھیے کہ آپ اسٹریم کر کے ہر دنیا کی چیز دیکھ سکتے ہیں. یوٹیوب پہ چلے جائیے اور اتنے بے شمار سائٹس ہیں جہاں سے آپ کو انفارمیشن مل سکتی ہے. اب یہ فلٹر کون کرے گا کہ سچ کیا ہے اور جھوٹ کیا ہے؟ یہ آپ کی صرف عقل ہے, آپ کی سوچ ہے. تو میں تو سمجھتی ہوں کہ اس فورم پر اس سے زیادہ مفید گفتگو نہیں ہو سکتی تھی, کیونکہ اس کا بہت گہرا تعلق تعلیم کے ساتھ ہے. آپ وہ چیزیں ایکسپیکٹ کرتے ہیں ان لوگوں سے کہ انقلاب آئے گا جن لوگوں کو دن کی روٹی نصیب نہیں ہوتی, بھوک لگی ہو تو پھر بڑے خیال نہیں آیا کرتے, پھر آپ چوری کرتے ہیں, آپ ڈاکہ ڈالتے ہیں, اور وہ بالکل ٹھیک ہے آپ کے لیے, بیکاز اٹ از اے فیلئر آف دا اسٹیٹ. کیوں نہیں مہیا کی گئی وہ آسائشیں کہ ہر شخص اپنی روٹی باعزت کما سکے؟ یہ اسٹیٹ کا معاملہ ہے. مگر آپ اتنی توقع رکھتے ہیں کہ عام آدمی جو اتنے میں سمجھتی ہوں اتنے دکھوں میں گھرا ہوا ہے, گھر اس کے پاس نہیں, کرائے کے گھر میں وہ رہتا ہے. ایک گھر میں 9 سے 10 لوگ رہتے ہیں, کمانے والا صرف ایک ہے. آپ اس کی بھی تو سوچیں, اس کی سوچ کیا ہوگی؟ آپ صرف اس کو سہانے خواب دکھاتے ہیں میڈیا کے تھرو. اٹس ناٹ اونلی انفیئر, اٹ از اے ڈسٹورشن آف سوشل جسٹس. اور یہ میں سمجھتی ہوں باشعور جو ممالک ہیں, باشعور جو سٹیزنز ہیں, وہ اس قسم کی بات بالکل برداشت نہیں ان کو کرنی چاہیے. ہمیں بائیکاٹ کرنا چاہیے وہ میڈیا جو ہم سمجھتے ہیں, آپ اور میں پریویلیج لوگ, ہم سمجھتے ہیں کہ یہ ٹھیک نہیں ہے, یہ غلط ہے, یہ غلط میسج دے رہا ہے. کیوں ہم بار بار اس کو دیکھتے ہیں اور ہنستے ہیں اور پھر اوروں کو دکھاتے ہیں, یہ دیکھو یہ تم نے دیکھا ہے, یہ دیکھو تم نے دیکھا ہے؟ کیوں کرتے ہیں ہم؟ شٹ اٹ ڈاؤن, ڈونٹ ایکسیس اٹ. The revolution has to start with each one of us. ہم بٹن دبائیں گے, بند کریں گے غلط آواز, تو ہی انقلاب آئے گا. ہم کیوں کسی اور سے امید رکھیں؟ پہلے ہم اپنے آپ سے شروع کریں نا.
بالکل. میڈم یہیں سے میں ایک سوال سر آپ سے پوچھنا چاہوں گی کہ ہم آڈینس کی بات کر رہے ہیں اس ٹائم پہ، لوگوں کی بات کر رہے ہیں، یوتھ کی بات کر رہے ہیں. اتنی سنسنی جو ہمارے میڈیا میں ہر وقت بریکنگ نیوز اور ڈراموں میں بھی اور ہر چیز کے اندر ایک کانفلکٹ دکھائی جاتی ہے. کیا اب ہمارا معاشرہ کوئی پیس اورینٹڈ چیز کو ایکسیپٹ کرنے کے لیے تیار بھی ہے؟ ڈو دے ڈیمانڈ اینی کانٹینٹ وچ از پیس اورینٹڈ؟ اینڈ سیکنڈلی اسی چیز میں آپ سے ایک اور سوال بھی کہ جب بھی ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ کوئی تھوڑی سی چیز سوشل امپروومنٹ کی طرف جا رہی ہوتی ہے کانٹینٹ وائز، وہ بڑی پریچی ہوتی ہے، بڑی نصیحت آموز ہوتی ہے اور اس میں انٹرسٹ نہیں ڈیولپ ہو سکتا، تو اس چیز کو کیسے کیٹر کیا جا سکتا؟
دیکھیے، پہلی بھی آپ نے ایک سوال کیا کہ رائٹر جو ہے وہ اپنی بات کیسے پہنچائے مشکل حالات میں بھی. پہلی بات تو یہ ہے کہ اگر وہ رائٹر ہے تو اسے بات کرنے کا ہنر آتا ہے. آج تک جتنا لٹریچر لکھا گیا ہے 200 300 سال 400 جو بھی ہے، اس میں بڑے بڑے سچ بولے جا چکے ہیں. چاہے دوسری جنگ عظیم تھی، پہلی جنگ عظیم تھی، فاشسٹ ایراز تھے، کچھ بھی تھا، رائٹر کو راستہ آتا ہے. وہ رشین انقلاب میں بھی اس نے بڑی سے بڑی بات کی اور وہ ہم تک آئی. تو اس لیے کہ رائٹنگ کے ٹولز ہیں، اس لیے کہ اس کو معلوم ہے کہ what is metaphor، اس کو معلوم ہے کہ کس طریقے سے اس نے زبان کی پرتوں کو استعمال کرنا ہے. how he will create layers in his content. تو وہ تو کوئی ایشو نہیں ہے، رائٹر ہونا شرط ہے. لیکن چونکہ اس وقت جو بات ہو رہی ہے اس میں ہم تو ان لوگوں کی بات کریں تو وہ تو رائٹر ہی نہیں ہے، تو اس حوالے سے تو ہم بات نہیں کر سکتے. لیکن یہ جو آپ کا دوسرا سوال تھا ابھی کہ
سینسیشنلزم کے اوپر سر، کہ سینسیشنلزم پہ کہ لوگوں کو سنسنی کی اتنی عادت پڑ گئی ہے.
تو یہ بھی دیکھیں، بہت پہلے اب لوگ کہیں گے پتہ نہیں یہ کوٹیشنیں ڈالتا ہے، یہ نہیں بات. ایڈورڈ سعید ہو، ایرک فرام ہو، جتنے سوشل سائنٹسٹ ہیں، انہوں نے ایک بات کی ہے، سب کے ہاں ایک ہی بات کامن ہے، وہ یہ ہے کہ اتنا شور اٹھا دو کہ سچ دب جائے. اب یہ بات کوئی معمولی بات نہیں ہے، اس کو سمجھنا پڑے گا کہ وہ شور کس شکل میں ہوگا، کس طریقے سے ڈالا جائے گا، کیا ہوگا، کون سی سوسائٹی ہوگی، اس سوسائٹی کے اپنے وجود کو کتنے خدشات ہوں گے. تو مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ ہم سچی جو بات ہے، اب میڈم نے بھی بات کی کہ جی جو پلس پالیسی میں کر رہے ہیں، بالکل ٹھیک بات کی، اس میں کوئی بات نہیں. لیکن ایک ڈائریکٹیو اوپر سے آتا ہے، ویئر از پالیسی میکر؟ پالیسی میکر دفتر چھوڑ کے بھاگ جاتا ہے. ڈائریکٹیو ول پرویل، وہ ڈائریکٹیو چلے گا، آپ مانیں یا نہ مانیں اس آپ کی مرضی ہے، وہ ڈائریکٹیو کام کرے گا. سو میں اسی لیے شروع میں نے جو بات کی لیکن نہیں دہراتا کہ کمپرومائز شکلوں کے اندر آپ کے پاس سپیس بڑی تھوڑی ہوتی ہے، آپ کے پاس بات کرنے کی جگہ بہت کم ہوتی ہے. اب کوئی انٹیلیجنٹ ہو کہ اس کم جگہ کے اندر سے اپنی آواز نکال لیں اور اپنی بات آگے تک لے جائیں تو بات بنتی ہے. سو اس وقت جتنا بھی اچھا، اب آپ دیکھیں کہ چلیں جی ہمارا کنٹینٹ ٹھیک نہیں ہے، مان لیا، تو انڈیا کے کنٹینٹ کو کیا ہوا ہے، انڈیا کی فلم کو کیا ہوا ہے، ان کے جو سیزنز ہیں اس کو کیا ہوا ہے؟ دے آر سیلنگ ہاٹ سیلنگ کرائمز، دے آر ہاٹ سیلنگ کرائمز. تو بھائی اس کو دیکھو کہ کیا وہاں صرف کرائم رہ گیا ہے؟ کیا مڈل کلاس، لوور مڈل کلاس، کیا لوور کلاس کے پرابلمز جو ہیں وہ صرف کرائم ریلیٹڈ ہیں؟ نہیں، یہی تو گیم ہے کہ وہ اپنے ویور کو انگیج کرنا چاہتے ہیں کہ یہ سچویشن میں رہو، کسی وقت تم پہ بھی حملہ ہو سکتا ہے، کسی وقت تمہارے گھر میں بھی گھس کے مارا جا سکتا ہے. یہ لیسنز ہیں، یہ لیسنز ان کی سوسائٹی دے رہی ہے کیونکہ ان کو پتہ ہے کہ کل کو یہ ساری چیزیں کرنی پڑیں گی. تو وہ ابھی سے اپنی لوور کلاس کو بھی تیار کر رہے ہیں، سب کو تیار کر رہے ہیں. میں تو حیران ہوں کہ اتنے بڑے بڑے انٹلیکچوئلز ادھر ہیں کہ وہ ان کی نظر میں جو ماڈرن فلم ہے وہ اچھا اور جتنی ان کی علاقائی زبانیں ہیں ان ساری زبانوں کے اندر بھی وہی کنٹینٹ ہے اور اسی کنٹینٹ کو پھر مین سٹریم دہرا رہا ہے. تو بھائی غور کرنے کا مقام ہے, یہ چیزیں غور کرنے والی ہیں کہ یہ سارا کچھ کس طریقے سے آیا جا رہا ہے, لایا جا رہا ہے. تو کل شیپ اپ کیسے ہوگا, کل کس طرح کی سوسائٹی شیپ اپ ہوگی. تو بہرحال یہاں ہم لوگ آپ کو نہ سلوشن دے سکتے ہیں, ہم تو سوال پیدا کر سکتے ہیں. تو یہ سوال ہے میری طرف سے, تو یہ سوال ہے.
میرے پاس ابھی کافی سارے سوال اور تھے لیکن میرا خیال ہے ٹائم ہمارا ختم ہو رہا ہے اینڈ ویل موو ٹو دا کویسچن آنسر سیشن. بیفور وی موو آن ٹو دیٹ, آپ نے سچ اور سوچ کی بات کی, لیکن اب کچھ ایسے حالات پیدا ہو گئے ہیں کہ ہر ایک کا اپنا اپنا سچ ہے اور پھر وہ اس سچ کو ڈیفینڈ کرنے کے لیے جہاں سے جو چیز آؤٹ آف کانٹیکسٹ جو کچھ ملتا ہے اس کو سوشل میڈیا کے تھرو ایسے بمبارڈمنٹ ہوتی ہے آف جس کو آپ کہتے ہیں ثبوت کے طور پہ پیش کیا جاتا ہے کہ ایکچوئل سمجھ نہیں آتی کہ سچ کیا ہے. یہ ٹائم جو ہے اس وقت وہ میڈیا کے لیے بھی اور لوگوں کے لیے بھی ایک بہت مشکل دور ہے جس سے ہم گزر رہے ہیں. So moving on to the question answer session, there is a question which is put up here. Will digital media platforms usher in a new era of independent works similar to the movement we have seen in 1980s at parallel cinema? Any one of the panelists who would like to answer to this?
کیا کوشچن ہے؟ اچھا سوری میں اس پہ نہیں پڑھ رہا.
یہ جس نے پوچھا ہے سوال اگر وہ خود یہاں پہ بیٹھے ہیں اور یہ بات کرنا چاہیں تو پلیز.
سمجھ میں آ رہا ہے.
پیرلل سنیما دیکھیے, پیرلل سنیما بہت عرصے سے ہے, یہ نہیں ہے کہ وہ اٹس نان ایگزسٹنٹ, بٹ پیرلل سنیما ہیز آلویز بین اے نیش سنیما. اس کو دیکھنے والے, اس کی کمرشل ایسپیکٹ, وہ ساری چیزیں جو ہیں بہت محدود ہیں, مگر جو اثر چھوڑتا ہے پیرلل سنیما اس کا کوئی نعم البدل نہیں ہے. I don't know if you have seen this recent film on Netflix which is called Adolescence. It is about a young child who commits a murder. اور وہ کمال کی بات یہ ہے کہ وہ ایک ہی ٹیک میں ساری فلم بنائی گئی ہے. So not only is it a technical miracle, literally, but also it makes every parent and every child look around in their hearts as well as their everyday lives to see where we are going wrong. اور سارے کا سارا نچوڑ جو ہے اس فلم کا وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم اپنے بچوں کو سنتے نہیں, ہم صرف ان کو کہتے ہیں یہ کر لو وہ کر لو, اچھا رزلٹ آئے گا, نہیں آئے گا تو یہ ہوگا, جرمانہ ہوگا, یو ول بی گراؤنڈیڈ, یہ ہے وہ ہے. But we never listen to our children. وہ کیا کہہ رہے ہیں؟ ابھی حال ہی میں کیمبرج یونیورسٹی نے ایک کمال کی ایک ریسرچ کی ہے جس میں انہوں نے یہ پروو کیا ہے کہ یہ جو ہمارا خیال ہے کہ ٹین ایج جو ہے وہ 18 سال کی عمر سے ختم ہو جاتی ہے یا 19 سال کی عمر سے ختم ہو جاتی ہے, بیکاز دین یو موو ان ٹو دا 20s. دس از کمپلیٹلی فالس, بیکاز دا ہیومن برین remains in the teenage year capacity until the age 32. جسے آپ میچورٹی کی ایج سمجھتے ہیں وہ 32 سال کی عمر میں شروع ہوتی ہے. So until that time, you must all, we must all, after having seen the film, which is an earth-shaking film, we must start to listen to our children. Look at the tiny symptoms. Why does a child shut himself up in his room all evening? Why does he not talk to anybody? Which is why dinner time with the entire family without phones is essential. میرے گھر میں ایک اصول ہے کہ کھانے کے میز پہ क्योंकि देखिए कोई किसी वक्त जा रहा होता है सुबह, कोई किसी वक्त जा रहा होता है, दोपहर के खाने पर भी मुलाकात नहीं होती, शाम के खाने पर मैं इंसिस्ट करती हूँ कि ना तो कोई टेलीफोन आएगा मेज़ पर और सब के सब इकट्ठे मिल के खाना खाएंगे, ना कि कोई अपनी ट्रे उठा के और टीवी वाले कमरे में जाके खाना खा रहा है. नो, दैट्स द टाइम when you sit together and as a family you ask each other तुम्हारा दिन कैसा गुजरा.
इस पे मैं भी थोड़ा सा पैरेलल सिनेमा पे, पहली बात ये क्रिटिक्स ही कहते हैं कि देयर इज़ नो सच थिंग पैरेलल, सिनेमा इज़ अ सिनेमा. खैर इस बहस में मैं नहीं पढ़ता. एक्चुअली ये जो मूवमेंट आई थी उसके पीछे रीज़न ये था कि इंडियन सिनेमा के बारे में पूरी दुनिया में परसेप्शन है ये कॉमन मैन्स कंज्यूमर सिनेमा है. कंज्यूमर क्योंकि उनकी आबादी बहुत बड़ी है, तो इसलिए वो पूरी आबादी के लिए सिनेमा बनाते हैं ताकि वो कामयाबी उनको हो. तो बीच में ये वेव आई कि भाई कोई मिडिल क्लास भी है, भाई कोई पढ़ी लिखी क्लास भी है, भाई कोई डिफरेंट इश्यूज भी हैं, तो उसको एड्रेस किया जाए. इस तरीके से आई, लेकिन बड़ी जल्दी वो मर्ज हो गई, या तो मेन स्ट्रीम में या वो वेनिश हो गई. तो वो एक 10 साल का था. खैर अब सूरत हाल ये है कि उनकी पूरी सोसाइटी सिर्फ उसी एक चीज़ के ऊपर है, यानी उनके लिए अलग अलग चीज़ नहीं बन रही, वो एक ही मेन सिनेमा के ऊपर है. अब उसमें उनको वही चीज़ें एड्रेस करनी होती हैं जो कॉमन मैन चाह रहा है. तो वर्ल्ड सिनेमा में इसीलिए इंडियन सिनेमा को सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंज्यूमर सिनेमा कहा जाता है.
आई एम सॉरी असगर मियाँ, एक चीज़ की मैं वजाहत कर दूँ कि पैरेलल सिनेमा इज़ नॉट कन्फाइंड टू इंडियन सिनेमा. पैरेलल सिनेमा एक्चुअली ओरिजिनेटेड with the French New Wave cinema. That is जी.
थैंक यू वेरी मच जी, बहुत शुक्रिया. हमें बार बार बताया जा रहा है कि सेशन का टाइम ओवर हो गया है. शुरू में मैंने अपने पैनलिस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि प्लीज़ आप दिल खोल के बोलिएगा, 1 घंटे का सेशन है. अब मुझे लग रहा है मुझे ये नहीं कहना चाहिए था क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें बीच में रह गई हैं. तो जस्ट टू कंक्लूड द सेशन, मीडिया की असल ताकत यही है कि वो हमें एक दूसरे की कहानियाँ सुनने पर मजबूर करता है, और शायद यही अमन का पहला कदम है. So today our panelists reminded us that it is our shared responsibility to promote narratives where we can agree to disagree, criticize without hatred, and celebrate our diversity without division. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 3:10 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mindbind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session.